I was pretty excited when I saw the chairs in here. I've been in quite a few meeting rooms that weren't quite this comfortable. So hooray to the county for doing that. Thank you. My name is Lisa Butler. I'll be your facilitator today. If you need anything, there are 3 facilitators. Just please come and tug on us. I know there was a little bit of confusion about the public speaking. We'll cover that in just a little bit. But we're very much thankful that you're here today, that you've taken this time, and we're really looking forward to hearing your comments. So with that, I am going to turn this over to Secretary Crowfoot to open up the meeting officially, and we'll get going.
Thanks so much, Lisa. My name is Wade Crowfoot, and I serve as our California Natural Resources Secretary. And that means I lead an agency that involves or includes a lot of departments that you no doubt know. Our state park system, CAL FIRE, Fish and Wildlife, and some entities that are really important to conversations here today, including our Coastal Commission, as well as our State Lands Commission, and others. I share the dais with some important leaders from our administration who will have an opportunity to introduce themselves in a little bit. And then we'll talk about the day. We're going to spend this morning discussing the future of lands around Diablo Canyon, and specifically land conservation and economic development. And then after lunch, we're going to have an opportunity to hear from folks on impacts from the potential extension of Diablo Canyon over the next 5 years. And both of these sessions are important to our legislative leaders that actually directed me in my position to facilitate this conversation. So this morning is all about hearing from you. But in order to provide you the context of why we're here and what we're doing, we're going to spend some time this morning, maybe 20, 30 minutes explaining the process and what we're trying to do by coming here to San Luis Obispo County. But first, I wanted to recognize that where we meet and where we do the work is the home of people for thousands of years. And in recognition of the original stewards of land that we now know as California, I wanted to introduce my colleague, Geneva E.B. Thompson, who serves as our Tribal Affairs Assistant Secretary at our agency. Geneva.
Wado, and thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. We would like to just open up the floor to have any tribal leaders or elected leaders, please feel free to join us up here in the front. And if you'd like to provide any opening remarks or anything else you'd like to share to help kind of kick off this meeting, we would welcome you all to join us today. And for the folks who are managing the cameras and the webinar, if you wouldn't mind, please turning off the recording, turning off the camera so we can make sure that you all have the space to share what you all would like to. So. All right. Thank you, Chair Tucker.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful and fitting beginning to our discussion today. I'd next like to introduce my colleagues here on the dais, who each represent an entity of our state government that's really important to these discussions around the future of the Diablo Canyon plant and land surrounding it. And I'll start with my colleague, Dee Dee Myers.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot, and thank you for that lovely beginning to this important conversation today. My name is Dee Dee Myers, and I am the Director of the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. And we are the agency within the governor's office and within state government that is the primary contact for our business community, for helping companies and businesses that come here to site, to grow, to invest, to create the jobs that support our communities, and hopefully to do that in a sustainable and culturally sensitive way. So we've been working with a lot of the agencies, government and private sector and nonprofit along the Central Coast on a lot of different issues, including now the issues surrounding decommissioning or the extension and eventual decommissioning of Diablo Canyon. So delighted to be here, delighted to be a partner with so many of you as we move forward and try to make sure that this region remains both the spectacular part of the country and coast that it is. We're so proud, we're so jealous to be here, that all of you live in this incredible environment. We want to help you maintain both the beauty of it and the dynamism that's so important to the people who live here. So thank you for having us today.
Thanks so much, Dee Dee. And I'll introduce Joaquin Esquivel.
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. And the State Water Board is a 5-member board We, along with our 9 regional water quality control boards, oversee water quality regulation in the state. I want to acknowledge Jane Gray, our regional water quality control board chair that's here today, and Matt Keeling, the executive officer as well. The Water Board also administers water rights. We also administer drinking water regulation in the state and are a major funder of infrastructure. And our role here is on the impacts on the and permitting side. So both through the state water boards, once through cooling policy, but also the regional boards permitting. The state board's role is around those impacts and the management of our water resources in it.
Thanks so much, Joaquin. Jennifer Lucchesi.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hosting us today and these last couple of days. My name is Jennifer Lucchesi. I'm the Executive Officer of the California State Lands Commission. We are a 3-member commission led by Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, State Controller Malia Cohen, and the Governor's Director of Finance, Joe Steppenshaw. We are the public land manager adjacent to PG&E's private land holdings onshore. We are the current stewards on behalf of the state of those offshore lands. So we act, frankly, as PG&E's landlord for their offshore infrastructure, the intake infrastructure, the discharge infrastructure, the breakwater, the marina, that sort of thing. So in 2016, reflecting and stemming off of the joint proposal agreement to decommission Diablo Canyon, our commission issued a very temporary short-term lease for that offshore infrastructure that is due to expire August 26, 2025. So we are one of the first agencies that will have to act on a lease extension to facilitate the ongoing operation of Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. And I'll mention, not on the dais here, but we have colleagues here from the California Coastal Commission. You may know that California has one of the strongest coastal protection laws in the country, and our Coastal Commission is protecting our coastal resources. And so a lot of the questions we'll unpack today about the future of the plant and lands involves our colleague at the Coastal Commission. So they are here today as well. So as I mentioned, we're going to spend most of the day up until about 3:30 hearing input perspectives from regional residents and regional leaders on 2 questions. And these we are specifically here because a state law passed called Senate Bill 846. And our legislature and our governor came together to establish that law that facilitates the consideration of extending operations at the Diablo Canyon power plant and calls for a land conservation and economic development plan to be put together once that plant ceases operations. And very specifically, the law requires us, our agencies, and specifically, us as leaders, to come to the region to really understand what your vision is for the future of the plant and the land surrounding it. I can assure you of one thing, which is the answer to these questions is not found in Sacramento. We want to understand your perspectives because that's really going to drive recommendations that we need to make to the legislature in short order. So in order to unpack specifically what our requirement is, again, so you have a clear understanding of what we're doing, I want to introduce my colleague, LaQuinn Nguyen, who serves as our Deputy Secretary for Energy at the Natural Resources Agency. And LaQuinn has organized a remarkable 3 days of visits and conversations here in the region. So I want to take an opportunity to thank LaQuinn.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. Good morning, everybody. As Secretary mentioned, my name is LaQuinn Nguyen. I'm Deputy Secretary for Energy at the California Natural Resources Agency. Oh, thank you. Okay. And I'll try and look this way and that way and not be too awkward. If we could go to the next slide, please. One back. So Secretary Crowfoot briefly touched on, our requirements under SB 846, but really wanted to share them again with you all. SB 846 or Senate Bill 846 was passed in 2022 and really preserving the option of extending the operations of Diablo Canyon Power Plant beyond their current expiration dates. So that's 2024 for Unit 1 and 2025 for Unit 2. And so there's 3 main requirements that it provides to the CNRA to complete. One is to provide a detailed description and plan that identifies all of the regulatory actions that are needed to extend the operations of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. And I'm just going to say DCPP or Diablo Canyon from now on instead of repeating that whole long phrase.
And LaQuinn, I just mentioned that for the uninitiated, CNRA refers to our Natural Resources Agency.
Yes, thank you, Secretary. So that plan, we are hoping to have it available to the public maybe as soon as today or hopefully next week at the latest. And that will be available on our website, which we'll have the address for later on in this presentation. The second requirement is submitting a land conservation economic development plan to the legislature, and that will be the focus of this morning's session. And then the third thing is to facilitate a joint public process that will consider public input related to environmental impacts and mitigation related to extending the operations of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Okay, next slide. So as I mentioned this morning, this morning's session will focus on the Land Conservation Economic Development Plan. Next slide, please. So here's the language specifically that's in legislation. As you'll see, this plan is required to be submitted to legislature by March 23rd. So really quick turnaround, which really means that your input is important. And so just a few things that we're that we're required to do with this plan is it must be developed in consultation with the Labor and Workforce Development Agency, as well as the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, which is why you see them here on the dais. SB 846 also requires that we consider environmental enhancements as well as access of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant and local economic development. So it really calls out those three things as needing to be part of our plan. And so again, as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, this is not something that we're going to complete here in Sacramento. We really value your input and really need that as we develop this plan. So would really encourage you all to make verbal comments, or if you're not able to, please submit written comments. We ask that you submit those by 5 p.m. on March 3rd, and that's to allow us time to consider those comments in a thoughtful way as we develop this plan. But of course, welcome your comments at any time. So once we do complete this plan and submit it to the legislature, we do plan to have it available on our website. Again, that's listed right here. And hopefully we'll be able to share it with you again sometime in March. So that was just a really, really quick wrap up of what we're doing here. But again, we don't have a proposal at this time. We really just want to hear from the community and learn about your vision, your values, your priorities, what you'd like to see in this plan. We know that you all have spent a lot of time thinking about this based on the conversations we've had with stakeholders and community members over the past couple of days. We know that there's, this has been going on for much longer than, we've had it. This was something given to us in September, but again, I know there's been, years of thought and discussion on this topic. So again, really welcome the public comments that we can learn from you all. So with that, I will turn it to Lisa.
LaQuinn, thanks so much. And I just say, that was the explanation. Most of the time we want to listen to you and hear your comments. Let me just turn to my colleagues. Is there any other information you want to provide by way of explanation before we turn to Lisa and to introduce how we'll take public comment? Okay, good. Lisa.
Okay, we have a couple of things we wanted to line out, so I'll go to the next slide, please. We are managing time, so I'll go to the next slide. So essentially, we've set this up with 3 minutes. Right now, I think we're going to be fine. I'm going to be watching this closely just to make sure that people have an opportunity to speak. The people that are in the room speaking to the agenda item will be first priority. Then we'll go online to the folks that are online. We understand there may be others that were here to speak to a different topic. If that's the case, we will ask that you hold that till the end so that we ensure the people that came to speak to this particular agenda item be allowed to speak first. Then we do this afternoon, we'll have a kind of a new round with a new agenda item. So are there any questions about that? Does that make sense for everyone? Very good. The other part of that to let you know is if you are online, there is a little Q&A button that's available to you. That is if you need to ask the facilitators question. There isn't a Q&A session. This is a listening session. So there isn't a regular Q&A so if you need help and you're online, you need help with your audio or your video or anything, you can use that to contact the facilitators. People that are in the room, if you need any assistance, please just come find one of us with a name tag. We'll be happy to help you. So with that, the first person I have on my list is Kathy Longacre. So if you would please come up, and we'll have you speak, if you wouldn't mind, to the folks from the agencies, and just go ahead and introduce yourself and make your presentation. Thank you. So I can't tell which is which.
You may need to push the button to turn on the microphone.
Hello, my name is Kathy Longacre. I'm here representing San Luis Obispo Parks Open Space and Trails Foundation. I'm a longtime trail and open space advocate. I'm sorry to see that there's not more public here. I don't think there was sufficient public notice. This chamber should be full and standing room only. So I think there's a lot of people who are missing out commenting, but I'd like to say that it's very important to all of us through the DREAM Initiative, the Diablo Lands Engagement Panel, all of these, that conservation happens first before there's any land transfers. We'll keep it transparent. The ultimate landowner will know exactly what they're getting, and that'll be transparent use of public funds. And it's important that we have managed public access. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a group that's asked to speak together. So I don't know, did you want to come forward together, or do you want to just go in the order that you gave me? So this person, it would be Clint, would be the first person. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you for your interest in being here personally to hear this. We really appreciate it as a community. So my name is Clint Pierce, and I'm CEO of Madonna Enterprises, which manages property across San Luis Obispo County. But I'm also chair of the board for REACH. We're a private sector-led economic action coalition founded in the wake of the 2016 decision to close Diablo Canyon Power Plant, with a mission to create good-paying jobs and increase economic opportunity across the region. I'm here today to introduce a proposal for Diablo Canyon land conservation and economic development, leveraging funds provided in SB 846. I am joined by other partners in the plan: the YTT Tribe, Land Conservancy of SLO County, and Cal Poly. The plan achieves many desirable outcomes that our partners will speak to, permanently protecting nearly 12,000 acres of pristine coastal lands under conservation easements, returning much of the land to its original inhabitants, continuing and expanding managed public access so our residents can enjoy this spectacular piece of coastline, and sparking new industry growth as part of the wider energy transition. What I want to share is a little bit of background. Diablo Canyon is by far the region's largest private sector employer, providing thousands of high-wage, family-supporting jobs. When we learned of the plans for closure, there was widespread concern about our community's future. That concern, though, quickly shifted into action as a community set to work forging out a new future for Diablo Canyon. Protecting the vast, undeveloped land around the plant quickly emerged as a top community priority. So did a vision of transforming the industrial power plant site as a center of renewable energy, water resilience, research, and innovation. These themes were explored and refined over hundreds of meetings with community stakeholders and formalized 2 years ago with the establishment of 2 MOU partnerships with our 4 organizations as core members. Last year, the MOU focused on reuse, released a vision for a clean tech innovation park on the Parcel P industrial site, crafted over a year of wide community engagement and endorsed by federal, state, local electees, and community organizations. The plan we present today, catalyzed by the passage of SB 846 last year, is the result of months of intensive collaboration and conversation, and it builds directly on the work our community has been doing for several years, reflecting the priorities and common ground forged across diverse stakeholders. It also brings additional funding and resources to the table, demonstrating the depth of our community commitment to realizing these ambitious goals. The fate of these incredible lands and the economic future of our community is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The partnership proposal reflects community consensus for realizing that opportunity for our residents for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I knew you were speaking in a group, so I did let it run over just a little bit. Okay. Please, Mona Tucker.
Good morning. My name is Mona Olivas Tucker, and I'm the tribal chair for Yaktichu Tichu Yaktalhini, Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. And our families are direct descendants of the pre-contact people who have lived here for thousands of years, and our tribe was formed thousands of years ago. As I said, we're from throughout San Luis Obispo County, and my family, along with other tribal families, are direct descendants of the Pecho Coast, Diablo lands. And this descendancy, we know this from our family stories. We know this from my grandmother's writings, and her work is housed at the Smithsonian. And we also know it from recent work done by Dr. John Johnson of the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History. And this work was done at the behest of the County Board of Supervisors, who charged PG&E with finding out who are the descendants of the Diablo lands. And it led to us. We're born with the responsibility to care for our families, including the families that have gone on before us. And at Diablo lands, our ancestors are buried there, and we have a responsibility to them and to the people who are yet to come. Diablo lands is nearly 12,000 acres of pristine coastal California and home to immense cultural resources, cultural landscapes, natural habitat for people who live on the land, in the air, and for our relatives who live in the ocean. And it is our responsibility, it's a tribal responsibility, but I would say to the entire community, to protect those places. This 12,000 acres is home to village sites, one of which we know exactly where it is through collaboration with Cal Poly and PG&E. We were able to do the research necessary, and also we received the Governor's Historic Preservation Award for that. But here we are in the year 2023. And for the first time since the 1700s, our tribe has an opportunity to have land returned to us from which we were forcibly removed. And when we were removed, it was without agreement, compensation, without consideration, and it was done violently. And we're at a point in time where that crime can be corrected by the people here in our community and by people in Sacramento. So this land is precious to us, and it's in our memories from the moment we were born. And we've been locked out. We've been locked out since the 1700s. Somebody else has always had the key to the lock. But that's not our goal. That's not our goal for this 12,000 acres. We believe in public managed access. We believe that there is room here for the public to enjoy. And not only are we members of a tribal community, but we're members of the overall community and the overall region. I was born here in San Luis Obispo, and I've lived in South San Luis Obispo County for my whole life. So we are concerned about all people. We've been fortunate enough to partner with some very strong organizations. The Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County, the premier land conservation group in our area, Cal Poly, a nationally recognized, if not internationally recognized institution of higher education, and more recently with REACH, because we do understand what happens to this community with the loss of all of the jobs at Diablo. And the economic part of this is on Parcel P, which has already undergone, incredible destruction and disturbance, but that has taken place. And now there are many buildings, breakwater, that we think would be better suited for repurpose or reuse. Now, once again, I wanted to mention public managed access. That's important to people in our tribe and throughout the whole area. One of the things that we sought out to do was to reacquire 12,000 acres to tribal ownership. But over time, and we've been at this now for several years, it seems that Wild Cherry Canyon would be better suited to be held by a public entity, and it is the likeliest parcel or piece of Diablo in which access to Montaña de Oro could take place. Because North Ranch and South Ranch, that's going to be under security restrictions of some kind for years and years and years to come. I don't know how long, but many years. But we had to ask ourselves this question, and it was a hard question to ask and a harder question to answer. It felt like we would be leaving one of our 3 children behind. But we're not leaving Wild Cherry behind. We'll always watch out for Wild Cherry Canyon. We'll always care for Wild Cherry Canyon. And with the very strong conservation easements put forth by the Land Conservancy for Wild Cherry Canyon and for North Ranch and for South Ranch, we feel that we'll be able to still care for Wild Cherry Canyon, and also there would be special tribal access. I have a lot written down here, but I'm going to run out of time. But I was asked recently, what is our final goal? I mean, what is our goal for Diablo lands? And I think I can sum it up by best saying is that 1,000 years from now, we want Diablo lands to look like they do today. That's what we hope for. And on part of the tribe, conservation is our main goal. And I thank you very much for this time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Tucker.
I'm going to apologize. I hope I pronounced this correctly.
And Lisa, can I just interrupt you and
Oh,
recognize
please,
the presence of
absolutely.
Supervisor Ortiz-Legg here today?
Yes, I asked her. Yeah.
And thank you for letting us use your chambers. The seats are comfortable. Did you want to share any thoughts?
I'll go to this microphone here. You can. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I just welcome you to the chambers of the people. And it's really wonderful to have you here to be listening to our community. I really see this opportunity as about climate and community. And I'm very proud of the work that the community has done in preparation of the eventual closure. But in the meantime, repositioning ourselves to look at our commitment to the state and to the climate. This is a very important piece of infrastructure that the state holds as part of its portfolio in energy generation. It's very important to my district and to our county. And so thank you for recognizing that and taking the time to really understand the implications and what this means. I'm so proud to hear Chairwoman Mona Tucker speak of the lands and how dear that is to them and to all of us. I think it translates very well. And the work that's being done right now as a community to collaborate and to try to recognize everyone's dreams. Everybody in the community certainly has a voice here. We've all been, under the guise of a nuclear power plant, and of course, safety comes first and foremost. I think that the the folks that basically maintain and run that plant do it with the utmost consciousness to maintain that safety for all of us. And so I'm grateful for them. And I just want to say that I'm happy that we have the opportunity for everybody to speak to this. And thank you again. And we hope that you gain and see the special qualities of our county, which is all the things of that the good Lord gave us, whether it's the land, the people, the air, and every aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. You missed Director Meyer's comments when she said she's very jealous of all of you for living here. Back to you, Lisa.
Great, thank you so much. All right, we'll try to get, and I am going to try to get back on time, so I'll be a little bit tougher for the next round. So we've got, and please help me if I mispronounce this. Is this Kayla or Kyla? Great, Kyla from the Land Conservancy. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Kyla Detman, Executive Director of the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My organization is a local accredited nonprofit land trust. We've protected over 35,000 acres in our community in this beautiful county through outright ownership and conservation easements. We have an additional 50,000 acres in the queue, and we also connect children to nature, manage the beloved Pismo Preserve, and restore native habitat. I too am here today with YTT, REACH, and Cal Poly to share our community vision with you and everyone here today. The Petro Coast contains untouched tide pools, rugged wild canyons, centuries-old oak woodlands, bishop pine forests, and beautiful coastal prairie. Myriad wildlife species call this place home, from burrowing owls and sharp-shinned hawks to black bears and mountain lions. Due to varying constraints and ownership patterns, we divide the Diablo Canyon lands into 3 different areas: North Ranch, South Ranch, and Wild Cherry Canyon. North Ranch and South Ranch, or we are proposing that North Ranch and South Ranch, about 9,000 acres in total, be owned by YTT tribe and protected through conservation easements recorded on title and held by the Land Conservancy, with third-party enforcement rights held by state funders. To facilitate broader public access, as Chair Tucker noted earlier, we are proposing that an appropriate public entity, such as state parks, county parks, or a similar agency, own and manage Wild Cherry Canyon, with a conservation easement also held by the Land Conservancy and an access easement held by YTT tribe. The tribe and the appropriate public entity will have to study these lands after acquisition, building on the research and management plan PG&E has implemented under its ownership. Current public access will be maintained, management plans will be drafted, and new sustainable public access will be created where possible, avoiding highly sensitive cultural and biological resources. YTT, PG&E, Cal Poly, the public entity, and conservation organizations will work together maintaining security of the power plant, carefully stewarding and restoring the areas that need it, and leaving other areas unprotected or untouched. Sorry, that was an unfortunate slip. Definitely untouched. Yes, please. Glad I got a giggle out of everyone. We are planning to bring millions in private donations and other funding sources to leverage this investment at approximately a 1-to-1 match, ensuring we have the adequate funding that we need and the endowments needed to properly care for these lands. What we are proposing advances the state's tribal land back efforts, meets the goals of the state's 30 by 30 biodiversity initiative, and balances managed sustainable public access for recreation and enjoyment. This might be our one chance to protect these lands, reconnect the tribe with their ancestral homelands, and provide incredible opportunities for our community to connect with this very spectacular place. We know there is widespread and strong community interest in preservation. We know portions of the Petro Coast are already at risk of development, and we have built an inspiring coalition around conservation. This provides us a window of opportunity to leave a conservation legacy that the community and our state can be proud of for generations to come. So thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Kyla.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jen Hart from Cal Poly, and I'll just allow you to introduce yourself.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for being here with us today. I am Jen Haft, the Interim Chief of Staff to Cal Poly President Armstrong. He regrets that he could not be here today, but asked me to share a few comments in his absence. We appreciate your interest in the future of Diablo Canyon. The community unanimously invited Cal Poly to play a leadership role in that future, and we are eager to be true to the community partner in these efforts. As an institution with experience in conservation projects and leadership in regional economic development, The university has been working closely with key partners, including REACH, YTT, and the Land Conservancy of SLO County, for more than 2 years toward the collective goal of delivering substantial long-term benefits of San Luis Obispo community. One part of that is a desire to see a portion of important tribal lands returned to the YTT and a significant portion of the lands placed in conservancy for the long-term benefit of and use by the citizens of San Luis Obispo County and the state. Another is the university's many assets with potential to spark economic development and innovation to accelerate climate resilience. With investment, assets like the Cal Poly Pier, Tech Park can spur R&D, company incubation, and new jobs in the region. Combined with additional resources and partnerships, this can form the foundation of a new Central Coast Center of Excellence in renewable energy, marine science, aquaculture, desalination, and emerging technologies. Cal Poly is renowned for its learn by doing ethos and contributions to aerospace, marine science, engineering, architecture, agriculture, and beyond. And we are excited that the potential for important contributions in the field of clean tech and climate resilience, and look forward to continuing our work with these important community partners as we explore and refine the possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Melissa James. And Melissa from REACH, I'll have you introduce yourself.
You bet. Good morning. My name is Melissa James. I'm the founding president and CEO of REACH, a regional economic impact organization founded in 2019 to coordinate and spur regional economic diversification and job creation as a community planned for Diablo Canyon's closure and the loss of thousands of high-wage jobs. We work with hundreds of community stakeholders every month to create a Central Coast where current and future generations have the opportunity to thrive. Today, it's a pleasure to share with you, alongside my partners with the YTT Northern Chumash Land Conservancy of SLO County and Cal Poly, a partnership proposal. This proposal reflects widespread community values and consensus built over years of conversation and engagement with dozens of stakeholders spanning local, state, federal elected officials, higher education, business, labor, tribal, environmental, and civic organizations. Through the state partnership offered in SB 846, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to turn this incredible asset, thousands of acres of pristine ancestral homelands and a small swath of valuable energy infrastructure, into something that can bring widespread benefit, not just to the Central Coast, but the state of California, as it aligns with the state goals of climate resilience, clean energy, conservation, tribal restoration and celebration, equity, and job creation. This proposal includes the permanent protection of the Diablo Canyon lands with North and South Ranch under tribal ownership, Wild Cherry Canyon with an appropriate state entity such as state parks or county parks, with stewardship, management, and public access, including a trail to connect Montana de Oro to Wild Cherry Canyon with the Land Conservancy of SLO County holding the conservation easements. It also includes investment in clean tech innovation under Cal Poly leadership to spark future-oriented job growth. The combination of economic development and conservation provisions in this proposal envisions a bright future, one with opportunities to spur the state and nation's climate resilience and just energy transition, responsibly and sustainably harvest more food, energy, and water from the ocean as a part of our emerging blue economy, create new pathways to future-oriented jobs and economic opportunities, while honoring the original inhabitants and stewards of the lands, all while creating new pathways to connect our kids and others with the nature and the heritage of the land beneath our feet, with new trails through this spectacular stretch of coastline. Over the last several months, the Central Coast has gained national attention over the extension of the state's last nuclear power plant. And it's such an exciting opportunity that we have here together to once again bring national attention to the Central Coast with this win-win-win type of opportunity. And we thank you so much for coming here today to speak with our community, set eyes on these incredible assets, and work with us together to imagine and step into the future.
Thank you so much, Melissa.
The concluding speaker for this group will be Wendy Lucas.
Thank you for being here in our beautiful homeland and investing your time and energies in this critical process. And please know that our ancestors are talking with us and through us. This is such a beautiful opportunity to bring the beginning of healing from a horrific history. We are all still here, all of us, because of the strength, courage, and resilience of all those who came before us. We carry those cells within us, and through our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, the story of what happens at this time of history will be told and retold. We ask that you be part of that healing story. We're not asking for the land to be given back outright, although that would be in line with restorative justice. But we're asking for your help to facilitate the purchase of these lands and restore our rightful place as stewards and caretakers. We're asking you to care so that we continue on this journey of healing together, all of our spirits and hearts. Our dear planet is crying. We see the results all over the world of the impact of overuse and misuse of our resources. And we send gratitude to the governor for this 30 by 30 initiative, as well as other efforts to turn things around. But it can't be done without acknowledging and telling the truth about the horrific history of the state of California. And it all comes down to respecting the soil that holds our bodies, of our ancestors upon which we stand, and respecting the air in which we all breathe, and the beauty for all of us to behold. So we're now all in this together, and our futures depend upon decisions and actions made in Sacramento. The proposal made by our tribe and our outstanding partners is a true model of a community working together and can help other communities in their efforts of working together. So in closing, we ask that you do care to help return the land to our care, as we have done for over 10,000 years. Au, Sumokini.
Thank you, Wendy.
Next speaker is going to be Jim Patterson. He's a retired supervisor. And then following Jim will be Laura.
Good morning, panel. Thank you for being here and giving us the opportunity to speak to this incredible opportunity to preserve that part of coastal San Luis Obispo County. I moved here permanently in 1974 while attending Cal Poly, and so I fully understand your comments about what a remarkable place this is. I was convinced and obviously have embraced your thoughts and continue to reside here in San Luis Obispo County. I want to echo the comments.
Apologies, I think you accidentally turned off your microphone, sir. There's a button at the base, if you don't mind pushing it again.
Okay, got it. Well, it's still 3 minutes. I won't take long. There we go. Anyway, we have an incredible opportunity, as I stated, a remarkable coalition of individuals and organizations, agencies who've collaborated on a partnership proposal for 846, the land conversion and economic development of these properties. It was prepared by the YTT Northern Chumash tribe, as well as the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo County, Cal Poly, and REACH. whom you've heard from this morning as well. I do also want to mention that I am a member of the board of the Land Conservancy, but I am speaking as a private individual this morning and not for the Land Conservancy. The proposal contains a comprehensive timeline for acquisition and resource assessment and the conservation easement preparation for the properties. It also includes a budget for both the acquisition and conservation of the properties and the planning and eventual development of the tech park. And so we've got a timeline proposed, a budget proposed, and in my opinion, it's time to move forward with this effort. The action and implementation of this proposal can and should begin as soon as possible. Specifically, Wild Cherry Canyon is not critical to the operation of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, and conservation efforts for this property could begin immediately. So again, thank you for being here and sharing our lovely county with us, and I look forward to hearing more from the public and also from your respective agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
From the county, I'll have you just introduce yourself. In queue, I have Kara Woodruff. So if you please. And we live? There we go. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Laura Fiedler, and I'm the Economic Development Manager for the County of San Luis Obispo. And on behalf of the county, I just want to thank Chair Escobar, Secretary Crowfoot, Director Myers, Executive Officer Lucchesi, all of your staff, LaQuinn, for being here this week, for visiting this region, and for hosting this listening session. We truly appreciate your time and consideration of the community's views on land conservation, economic development, and the extension of operations. As you're hearing this week, the Diablo Canyon site is an important part of our community's past, present, and future, and we are all here to demonstrate our commitment to realizing the opportunities for this very special site. The county is actively engaged in the legislative and regulatory processes regarding the future of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant site. As a host community for the site, the county welcomes working with the federal, state, and local partners to plan for the future of the power plant. The plant plays a significant role in our county's economy and community, and we are working to ensure that the community's interests are represented in the safety, environmental, and other regulatory processes and decisions that lie ahead. Above all, the safety of the community remains our utmost priority for the county through the extension of operations, decommissioning, and the eventual removal of the spent fuel from the site. As I mentioned, the county is continuing on this dual path of planning for the plant's eventual decommissioning under the leadership of my colleague, Susan Strachan, who you had the opportunity to meet with. We're leading the preparation of the environmental impact report for decommissioning, and we've also participated in the community consensus building process to hone a unified vision for future uses at the site, which you've heard a little bit about. The county remains focused on how the site can strengthen and diversify our economy and provide high-wage job opportunities today and in the future. We continue to support concepts that repurpose the facilities there, the infrastructure, and the remediated sites in ways that meets the community's needs. In May of 2022, the Board of Supervisors unanimously agreed to sign on to a multi-stakeholder vision of a clean tech innovation hub at the site, which might include potential for offshore wind industry support. Furthermore, the county remains engaged in efforts to identify and plan for the conservation of 12,000 acres of land surrounding the site. The Land Conservation and Economic Development Plan should build upon the years of planning and community visioning work that have already taken place with a broad variety of local stakeholders, balancing those needs for conservation, economic development, and public access. In support of this, the community appreciates the opportunity to engage with all of your state officials on the design and implementation of this plan the past few weeks, and we stand ready to provide what other further information or support you may need. Thank you so much for your time.
Laura, thank you. And thank you for all your help facilitating our visit and our meetings here over the last 3 days. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with Kara. And then for those of you in the audience, I have 3 registered speakers from local Sierra Club chapters. You'll be together as a group.
Good morning. Welcome all of you to San Luis Obispo. It's been wonderful to have you here, and we really appreciate your investment of time. My name is Kara Woodruff. I am the District Director for Senator Laird, who represents the 17th Senate District, the most beautiful region of the world, I would argue. And I also serve as a member of the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel. I just wanted to offer some of my own personal observations, and Senator Laird will also be submitting comments shortly. As you know, the topic of the Diablo Canyon lands has been on the minds of residents for, well, 10,000 years now, and very actively involved for the last couple of decades. And those discussions have taken the place in a number of different documents and discussions, including a conservation framework that some 40 individuals crafted, and I know you've seen that, and also a new partnership proposal by 4 key community entities, including Yaktichu Tichu, Yaktilhini, Northern Chumash Tribe of San Luis Obispo County, as well as a strategic vision prepared by the Diablo Canyon Engagement Panel. And that's also been informed by a 2000 ballot initiative called the DREAM Initiative, where 75% of the county voters said they want to see this land conserved when the plant closes, and they want it made available to public access. And then, of course, in 2000, the Nature Conservancy issued a report saying that this region of the state was globally significant for its biodiversity. And what I think is interesting is all the comments, all of these documents, when you put them together, I see really quite astounding consensus. It's very refreshing. And so when you talk about the beauty of the Central Coast, it's not just the outdoor beauty, but I think our community itself is a pretty amazing group of people who come from very different backgrounds, but we've seemed to have come together in this region of the world. So, for example, we're all in favor of the conservation of the 12,000 acres that surround Diablo Canyon Power Plant, 1,200 of which have already been conserved thanks to the efforts of the Coastal Commission. So that's actually 10,800 more acres to go. We also see consensus now of public ownership of Wild Cherry Canyon and tribal ownership of the rest of the Diablo Canyon lands. We also see consensus on an interior trail that could connect Wild Cherry Canyon all the way up to Montana de Oro. It'd be about a 22-mile trail, and every bit as spectacular as the Inca Trail, which is globally significant, and I would expect no less for this region. I also see that we've had amazing consensus when it comes to Parcel P. Groups from all areas of the community have said that that is an excellent place where we can take 600 acres that are already industrialized and use that to repurpose those. Well, will some be defunct PG&E facilities and repurpose them to creation of renewable energy and other green energy opportunities. So we have really come such a long way since we began this discussion. And I turn to page 11 of the conservation framework, and I look at the mutual goals, and I think they have been all achieved by this collaboration of people. The ecological, scenic, and other natural resources of the Diablo Canyon lands should be protected in perpetuity. The cultural resources of the Diablo Canyon lands, including burial sites, cultural artifacts, historic northern Chumash village sites, and other sacred areas should be protected and preserved in perpetuity. A Diablo Canyon Lands Managed Public Access Program should be created to provide sustainable public access to both coastal and interior areas. And finally, the ownership of the Diablo Canyon lands should be transferred away from PG&E and Eureka Energy to an appropriate entity or entities that can ensure the long-term conservation of and manage public access to the lands. I see just a couple of areas. I wouldn't call them areas of disagreement. I would call them areas of a future discussion. I see that my time is almost up, so I'm going to wrap this up. I think there's some discussion about the coastal trail. There is a great deal of public interest in seeing a trail that would connect Wild Cherry Canyon to Montana Oro, not only on the interior side, but on the coast. I would like to believe that we can thoughtfully place that trail so that people can enjoy that 20 miles of coastal stretch. but do so in a way that would in no way impact cultural resources. If that means moving it further to the inland, I think people would be willing to be flexible so that we can do this, provide the public access, but have great respect for the cultural and ecological resources that are out there. And finally, the other area is to steward this land, to manage the public access, to ensure that the cultural and ecological resources aren't degraded. We need a lot of financial support, not only funds to initially purchase those lands, but to ensure they're adequately stewarded and managed in perpetuity. And that requires a fairly significant endowment. At the end of the day, I hope you will look to all these community sentiments on the land, use your own leadership, and you will create, in my opinion, a truly groundbreaking, tribally reflective, globally significant, and 30 by 30 consistent conservation outcome. And Senator Laird and the engagement panel certainly stand by, ready to assist. And I want to end this by saying, I want to reflect on what Chairwoman Mona Tucker said for the YTT tribe. 1,000 years from now, she would like the Diablo Canyons to look like what they look like today. And what I can say to that is, amen. We are on the same page. Thank you.
Kara, thank you. And I also wanted to acknowledge Senator Laird's leadership. He led this effort to ensure that in this discussion around the Diablo power plant extension, that this topic of land conservation and economic development was very much part of what we as state agencies had to do. And he led the effort to ensure that we came to San Luis Obispo County to actually learn from the perspectives and have that inform what we recommend to the legislature. So please do thank Senator Laird.
Thank you. And Secretary Crowfoot, if you won't mind, she made reference to some parcels, and you had asked that this particular display be available. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I think most people know much more about this land than we do on the dais, but I will say that as we've been educated, there are 4 primary parcels that we've been discussing. Starting from the top is North Ranch, which runs from the state park border all the way down to Parcel P, which is the central parcel where the plant and its accessory uses are currently located. And then the southern portion is South Ranch, a portion of which is already conserved under easement per a coastal commission mitigation decision. And then lastly, on the bottom right of the map is, of course, Cherry Canyon. And that is the parcel that's been discussed as the potential site of public ownership and recreation. Hopefully I got that right. But for those who are following online, there's also opportunity to bring this up via a web search. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll ask our Sierra Club speakers to come forward. I will absolutely, I'm going to be serious about the time. So you caught me before I had a lot of coffee, so you're in good shape. So I'll let you speak in the order you like. Right now I have Carol, Susan, and Jennifer. So whatever is appropriate for you. And I'll keep it under 3. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Carol Mincer. I'm the chair of the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club, speaking on behalf of our 4,500 members and supporters in San Luis Obispo County. 23 years ago, it's been a while, over 75% of San Luis Obispo County voters approved the Diablo Resources Advisory Measure, better known as the DREAM Initiative, which called on county leaders and PG&E to set aside the Diablo Canyon lands surrounding the power plant for habitat preservation and public use. Subsequently, the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel drafted a strategic vision supporting conservation of all of the Diablo Canyon lands. In 2021, it was clear that no one had changed their minds when the Sierra Club joined with more than 24 local, state, and national environmental organizations, recreational groups, and local citizens in drafting a 64-page conservation framework for the Diablo Canyon lands. We would urge everyone here to read that document if you have not done so. Its key elements and recommendations call for the transfer of ownership and management of the lands, the recording of a conservation easement prior to that transfer, and the need to create a perpetual, sustainable, managed public asset and use plan. It is available at diablocanyonlands.org. Last year, on February 2nd, Our state senator replied to the Natural Resources Agency's request for comments on your 30 by 30 biodiversity initiative with a letter that urged the following as a goal, and I quote, Diablo Canyon lands, acquire, conserve, and provide sustainable public access and a 20-plus mile extension to the California Coastal Trail on the 12,000-acre lands surrounding Diablo Canyon Power Plant, while conserving intact coastal habitat and rare, pristine tidal areas while enabling tribal ownership and protection of sacred Chumash cultural sites. We agree with Senator Laird on this conservation priority for California. For 23 years, the DREAM initiative has been just a dream. You can make it a reality, and thank you for letting me share our dream with you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you, CNRA and other agencies for being here and working on this process. My name is Jennifer Bauer, and I'm a member of the Sierra Club, local Sierra Club chapter, and part of the state Sierra Club 30 by 30 task force. The preservation of the Diablo Canyon lands and ancestral home of the Chumash people could be a perfect model for the conservation efforts and goals of 30 by 30. The preservation of these lands would be a jewel, a shining example for California and the nation for what we can accomplish under the 30 by 30 initiative. I will now refer to the Friends of the Diablo Canyon Conservation Framework, which we provided a copy of and can be found online, on how it addresses the key objectives of 30 by 30. Number 1, protect and restore biodiversity. Biological studies of the land reveal diverse species, several that are federally threatened, such as the California red-legged frog and many sensitive plant species. Number 2, expand access to nature. Access should allow for multiple uses, including hiking, mountain biking, and equestrian use, and connections to the Irish Hills and Montana de Oro trail systems. Number 3, combat climate change. Preserving these important natural ecosystems using nature-based solutions are essential to maintain community health and well-being and are essential and critical to combat climate change. Further, the Friends of Diablo Canyon Conservation Framework addresses 30 by 30's core commitments. Number 1, advancing equity, justice, diversity, and inclusion via open access, hiking trails, and the preservation of Chumash cultural resources. Number 2, strengthen tribal partnerships. Tribal voices have been at the table throughout the decommissioning process and will play an important role in the conservation and management of the lands. Number 3, sustains economic prosperity, clean energy resources, and food supply. Parcel P, where the power plant sits, is not included in the framework, but Cal Poly and other community organizations are collaborating on efforts to boost the local economy and produce head of household jobs in light of Diablo Canyon's closure. Preserving this land with its ecological, scenic, and cultural resources while providing for managed access will create a legacy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you. And then Susan will be next. I'll have you introduce yourself. Neil from the Coastal San Luis Resource Conservation District will be following, and then following that will be Heather Hoff.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Susan Harvey. I'm speaking today on behalf of the local chapter of the Sierra Club. I came down here again today because I want to reinforce some really important points that were made the other day. We were in a room full of incredible expertise and knowledge, and I'm not necessarily at all including myself in that. I mean, it was just stunning, I felt. And I hope you felt the same passion and knowledge and wisdom. We're talking about an extremely unique habitat here. Biologists and Mr. Bell from the Nature Conservancy also touched on the complex, diverse nature of the habitat, but also the complex management needs. And I want to reinforce that today because it's so special. And I probably wouldn't have had a clue about, I haven't thought about how important the management of it is going to be because of its diversity and because it's the last piece of coastal shelf. Um, the conservation easement is going to require the highest standards of an easement to preserve this piece of pristine coast. It's going to require multiple highly experienced managers to oversee all of this. It's going to be highly expensive. And I think all of you probably completely understand that. I can't stress the need for quality of management enough. I think this is like going to be the core to everything that we're all asking for here, and that we're the outcome that we want as they talk about decades and centuries into the future. So we want depth of management experience and depth of resources. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan.
Right, I'll go ahead and have you introduce yourself. Following Heather will be Haley from Cal Poly. Go ahead.
Thank you for having this meeting and allowing the public to come and speak to you on this very interesting and important subject for our county. My name is Neil Havlick, and I'm here representing the Coastal San Luis Resource Conservation District. We are one of about 100 such districts that are found within the state of California. And our primary purposes are pretty much all the same, and that is to work with other government agencies, with tribal organizations, and with private landowners to effect land conservation and habitat and resource management opportunities. And we see in the Diablo Canyon lands significant such opportunities. This fall, the Diablo Canyon lands fall within our district, and we are very interested in being a facilitator for the reestablishment of natural habitat, for the proper engineering of any improvements that may be involved with the repurposing of these lands, and things of that nature. We also support the notion of conservation of the vast majority of these lands, and we're not dealing with the parcel P at this point, but I think that will come as well at some point. But I will go so far as to suggest that we look at the possibility going beyond the conservation easements to designate at least portions of the Diablo Canyon lands and some of the nearby lands, such as the Montaña de Oro State Park, as wilderness, because as a longtime hiker and explorer of the San Luis Range, I can tell you, folks, that land is as high quality as any wilderness lands in California's coast ranges. And sometimes you can be up there and you'll feel like you're in Mendocino County. And I know I had mentioned that once before to folks. Anyway, we are here to support the efforts that are going forward with the both the continuation of the operations at Diablo Canyon and the repurposing of the open space and conservation lands. And we are here to extend our expertise, our desire, and I will say that includes engineering expertise, to the efforts in that repurposing and long-term dedication of the lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
Great. And Heather, I noticed that you've asked to speak to 2 agenda items. So I'll ask that you take the first one, and then I'll retain your card and pull you up for the second one.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Heather Hoff. I run a nonprofit called Mothers for Nuclear. I have a degree in materials engineering from Cal Poly here, and I've worked at Diablo Canyon for 19 years now. I support an all of the above approach, and I don't want all the work done over the last 6 years to go to waste, by all these groups that have been talking about our economic development. However, I don't see that there's a hurry. The land is amazingly conserved right now and well managed by PG&E. I'd like to see improved public access for trails, YTT Chumash heritage sites, supportive research and innovation through partners with Cal Poly and REACH. I also hope that we're sensitive in evaluating further development and increased access to ensure that it's done with as little further negative impacts as possible, and that will improve existing infrastructure and already developed sites before building or disturbing more. These are all opportunities that support the good of humanity and our future on this planet. We could do even more. I hope that we'll pursue additional innovative ideas for the site. We could use seaweed harvested in our intake bay to feed to cattle and help lower their methane emissions. Build a pipeline to provide desalinated water to our state. But by far, the biggest positive impact that we can have on our future is to continue to run Diablo Canyon, period. Diablo provides a full 15% of California's clean electricity. And you've probably heard the recent news that we're now the 4th largest economy in the world. That's huge. And this is incredibly valuable. I don't want PG&E to lose the leverage they have by owning the land. And it's historically established that they've used portions of the land and proposals for development and open access to get through state hurdles for permits. And that's been a part of the process. So I don't want to leave them with nothing. I do want to know that there's commensurate focus and support for continued plant operations. Corporations, especially utilities, are strange entities. This one certainly has its challenges, and I can't and don't speak for them. Many of you know that I've been advocating against their proposal to close Diablo Canyon for the last 7 years. You may have heard of the book called California Burning. Very early in chapter 1, Catherine Blunt says that the company was acting to please investors and politicians over serving the interests of their customers. And the connection she fails to make is that the joint proposal to shut down Diablo Canyon is a symptom of this exact same philosophy. Continued operation of the plant is absolutely in the best interest of everyone involved, even if they don't know it. And we can't keep doing what might seem popular at the expense of what's right. Let's keep running Diablo.
I am going to interrupt because I'm also going to call you again in the second half of the meeting. So
last sentence.
Okay, I'll let you do one more sentence.
Keep running Diablo and do all these other things that also help benefit humanity and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I'll
Heather.
See you in just a bit. Okay, Haley. And then Michael from Cerrone Farms, you will be in queue. You'll be the next person.
Hello, I am Haley Tobiason. I'm a student at Cal Poly. I am a 4th year environmental management and biological studies student. And I just wanted to say I'm really thankful for everyone being here today and getting to hear about these plans. It's very important, of course, as well as I have been blessed in my time as a student here to spend time in Montana de Oro and partake in the very unique and beautiful natural environment we have. And also have had the privilege to study our biological resources within the bounds of Diablo Canyon. So seeing this very pristine, untouched environment holds a lot of power to me. And with the plans in the future, I'd like to see increased public access and protection, as everyone has mentioned so far, as well as sustainable jobs in scientific research and development with an emphasis on expanding food security and sovereignty through sustainable aquaculture. I also would like to see sustainable education used in these lands with recognition of the cultural context and background and the importance of these resources, also including the youth and especially historically underrepresented groups in the future efforts to just engage, like, I guess, young people, and we really care about the environment and just protecting it for years and years and generations to come. I would like to say that I really respect and admire the commitment and efforts of the members of this community, both behind the scenes and in front of us, as we see today, to ensure that this issue is approached with environmental justice, conservation, and sustainability at the precipice of any actions that will be taken. The shared interests and goals among the many entities represented here, as well as the passion of the community, is a powerful and rare opportunity for collaboration to shape the environment with the future in mind and make possible the goal to see Diablo lands as they are today, or even better 1,000 years from now. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Haley. The student voice is so important. And while 3 of us on this dais are not alumnus of Cal Poly, Jennifer's an alumnus, we're really, really impressed with all that Cal Poly is doing. And it's been really a pleasure to have that be part of our discussions here. So thank you for being here.
So I will note Michael has also registered to speak in the morning and the afternoon. So I will hold you on time.
Okay.
And then the speaker after you will be Dawn from Creeklands Conservation.
Okay, I would like to thank you guys for coming today. My name is Michael Cerrone, and I'm speaking today as a citizen, an agriculturist, and a lifetime resident of San Luis County. And we have a farm inside of the Irish Hills. Some of our lands, probably as a crow fly, abuts Diablo Canyon lands. So I've been out there 40 years. This morning I was out there pruning fruit trees and trying to get it all done. And I wrote a few things on the side of my truck. And I'm here to express my desire, my concerns, and the concerns of my 3 children to protect and conserve these Diablo lands. They are a magnificent natural wonder. This morning, as I wrote this, I gazed across to my property, and on it, we have one of the largest maple groves in the coastal range, and that was identified by Matt Ritter, botanist at Cal Poly. And I can tell you, you have canyon after canyon out there of incredible, untouched natural resource. So 20 years ago, the citizens of this area overwhelmingly voted 75% to protect this area. And I'm certain at this moment in time, it's probably even greater. A lot has changed in 20 years in San Luis Obispo County. 20 years ago, a 5,000 square foot home was a rarity. Today, 15,000 square feet is not uncommon. Lands like this are highly susceptible to this type of development. I know for a fact, because our farm, which is in the heart of Sea Canyon, abuts a beautiful ranch that was recently bought. Today, there's a 15,000 square foot home in there with 8,000 feet underground. These rural lands are highly susceptible to this type of development, you know, and the infrastructure that goes in, the home site, the roads, the water tanks, the septic, they're all highly destructive. I would advocate for a stepped up process to wrap this area into a protective blanket, and I really feel like the time is now.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Do you have our next speaker? And then following that will be Dawn from Creeklands. You're Dawn, right? I'm Dawn. Yeah. You're Dawn. And then following that will be Will from Diablo Canyon Clean Energy.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for coming to the area to hear our comments locally about this important project. My name is Don Chartrand. I'm the Executive Director of Creeklands Conservation, which is a local nonprofit that has 3 purposes. One is watershed conservation and restoration, science-driven folks doing all that good work up and down from Monterey to Ventura. Second is for coastal marine conservation, coastal marine ecosystem conservation, working with excellent partners like Cal Poly and San Jose State. And then third is conservation science education. So we are deeply engaged in local school districts doing, the job of preparing tomorrow's eco stewards. So it's been kind of amazing to hear the comments of the folks who have just preceded me. I buy Mike's apples at the farmers market. They're excellent. Get them if you can. Haley is an intern on a project that I'm helping with at Cal Poly for sustainable aquaculture. So, and then, I have to start by thanking Mona, Scott, and Leah for the generosity of spirit that they have shown me in helping me unlearn what I thought I knew about conservation and environmentalism really in general. Number one, it doesn't not involve people. It isn't not for people. Number two, it isn't not for the economy. Economic interests and concerns and how to approach the economy is really at the center of what needs to happen at the lands, the Petro Coast around Diablo Canyon. And three, it doesn't not involve Parcel P. Parcel P has some incredible opportunity to bring all that together: education, technology, sustainable aquaculture, for example, in not only rewilding our coastal marine ecosystems, but actually reconnecting people whose lifeways were taken from them against their will. And now is this brilliant moment in history when we can make right a long historical wrong. It's upon us. I think that at the moment of history is really quite clear about this right now. So Tom Jones said something interesting to me at a recent Chamber of Commerce meeting. He said that PG&E probably didn't know it at the time, but they took in way too much land than was needed to produce nuclear power there. And now is the moment for that land to go back into a much higher use. So that also includes Parcel P. It's overbuilt to some degree for nuclear power production, meaning there's some stuff that's going on, even if we keep producing power, that can be used for conservation. And I would love to see that happen. Specifically, I'm talking about land-based marine aquaculture. There are some novel ways to get that done. We are working actively to save white abalone, an endangered California native species. Black abalone is also endangered and is endemic there at the Albo Cove. There are some species that we can use in seaweed and abalone together that are novel and innovative. And so just want to get all that on the table and thank you for considering the plan.
Don, thank you very much for those comments.
Okay, so once again, we have Will, and then following Will is going to be Linda. And I do want to again note that you've registered for 2 items, so I will hold time and ask that you focus on item 1 first. Okay. And the same for Linda. Then following that, just so the group is aware, we do have people online that wish to speak. There will be a moment where I'm going to be talking to someone who appears to be speaking to us from the heavens. His name's Justin, and I'll try to get an understanding of how many people online wish to speak as well, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do about time. But I did want to let you know that when that's happening, if you all would like to stand up and stretch, that would probably be a good time to do that. So please.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to our community to speak with us. My name is William Almas, and I'm a current member of the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel. And I'll be turning this over as a written comment, and we will follow with our vision statement in writing in the next few days. The panel was convened by PG&E and by the way, by CPUC mandate, a non-regulatory body created to foster and encourage open communication, public involvement, and education on Diablo Canyon plants, decommissioning plans. The meetings and workshops held by the panel allow subject matter experts to provide information to the panel and the public about Diablo Canyon power decommissioning and create an opportunity for local community members to provide direct input to PG&E. So this is a resource. The engagement panel is currently comprised of 11 public members, 2 ex officio members, plus 1 PG&E representative. The panel held its first public meeting on May 30th, 2018, and since that time has conducted a total of 23 public community meetings and 6 public workshops to receive information and listen to the public's concerns and perspectives about decommissioning. In response to the significant outreach efforts by the panel and PG&E, more than 1,000 documented comments have been received about the topics that have been the subject of public meetings and workshops. All the comments that have been received can be viewed on the engagement panel's website, diablocanyonpanel.org. The panel has created a strategic vision document that contains visions, goals, and recommendations that reflect the input received from the public at meetings, workshops, online comments, and emails. The strategic vision was prepared by the engagement panel as a living document and was amended 5 times since December 2018 when it was initially prepared. PG&E and the community has been preparing for decommissioning for over 6 years. As the state contemplates continued operation, it is critical that the investment of time and money in decommissioning studies and the hundreds of hours of community outreach remain relevant and not be lost. It is important to our community that the decommissioning process begin immediately after shutdown, whenever that may occur. The engagement panel will continue to provide a voice for our community and work with PG&E to ensure that past decommissioning planning efforts are kept current and applicable for when the Diablo power plant is decommissioned. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Good morning. Thanks for coming here today for us. My name is Linda Seeley. I'm a member of the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel, and I'm also a spokesperson for San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. This morning, I'm speaking as a representative of Mothers for Peace about the lands. Mothers for Peace supports Diablo Canyon, the Diablo Canyon Decommissioning Engagement Panel's very thorough recommendations for the Diablo Canyon lands in a strategic vision. Last updated in April 2022. We promote conservation of the lands consistent with current public input and the passage of the DREAM Initiative in 2000. We advocate for managed public land access to the greatest extent possible while protecting and preserving the habitat and cultural sites. Mothers for Peace recognizes the request for land ownership by the local indigenous peoples and supports that with the caveat that the land be conserved and available to the public for public good. Regarding the economic development of the lands, Mothers for Peace rejects any proposals for private development of homes, resorts, or businesses. We rather in favor of providing facilities to promote, we are rather in favor of providing facilities to promote the common good for research on marine sciences, renewable energy technologies, or other educational endeavors. I noticed in the document that was submitted by YTT, the Land Conservancy, REACH, et cetera, Cal Poly, that they ask for, quote, reservation of a limited number of building envelopes that permit single-family residences and other infrastructure, such as sheds and barns, necessary to manage the properties. This brought me I remembered what Mike Cerrone said a few minutes ago about the 15,000 square foot homes. And I'm a little bit concerned about that particular part of this agreement, that this could possibly allow development of a limited number of very large homes in this pristine environment. So I urge you, I don't know if you have any control over it or not. I think it may be the county that does, but I urge the county and everybody else to be on guard about that because it's a very huge temptation. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Okay, so we're going to go to the online. I'm going to be checking. So Justin, do you want to give us some audio?
Sure. I do see one hand raised from the public currently.
Okay, great. So let me just note, for those of you who are online, if you do wish to speak, Justin will be going ahead and keeping track of the order. He'll go ahead and open your mic and let you know that your mic is open. I also wanted to acknowledge TJ. I have a card from you. I will make sure that you're able to speak before 11:30. And then Dr. Nelson, I also have your card. I will make sure you have the ability to speak before we close. So with that, Justin, go ahead.
Okay. First in line, I have Bruce. I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sound good.
My name is Bruce Severance. I'm a member of the DC DEP, but am not representing their opinions today. I am speaking individually. First of all, I wanted to support the Chumash involvement and stewardship and control of lands and their archaeological sites. I do regard these as something sacred that we should all respect. I greatly appreciate the fact that the Chumash tribe, Yaktichu Tichu Yakchitichini, is directly involved in these discussions and has been given a central role. I also support the conservation of lands and the Land Conservancy's involvement in that. I'm very familiar with that organization and really believe they're deeply committed to long-term conservation of the land. I also feel that it is important to discuss now and not later that these conservation efforts are not incompatible with the development of offshore wind eventually, and that we should really see the development of offshore wind as something that is mitigating climate change and really preventing species extinction in the long run. And I can imagine there
If you're able to hear us, you're.
Yeah, Justin, we've lost audio. I'm looking at our tech folks. It's
Can you
looking
hear me?
live.
We sure can.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So what I wanted to put on the table now rather than later that the conservation groups should really think carefully now about being in favor of having a wind port attached to the intake at Diablo Canyon, as I've heard PG&E staff suggest was possible. And location of a wind port is definitely something that we need for economic development in our region and in order to make the best uses of these offshore resources. Just to summarize, I'm seeing I've got 15 seconds left. Offshore wind research that's been done at Cal Poly really demonstrates that the production of offshore wind is going to complement solar on the grid significantly and reduce the need for long-term utility storage because of the production curves really complementing each other. And we really need a specific ratio of offshore wind production relative to stationary solar production in order to balance the grid and minimize overall costs and grid harmonization issues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Justin, I believe there are others. People did register to speak online. If you're online and you'd like to speak, there is a function in the Zoom that lets you raise your hand, and that's how Justin will know to call on you. So we'll wait a second and make sure that people can raise their hand. And then Justin, let me know when you're seeing some hands.
Okay. I have 8 hands in the queue.
Very good. All right. I think the audience helped tell people, raise your hand. I think a bunch of text messages went out. Very good. So go ahead and start that queue, please.
Ryan, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Pickering, and I am the author of The Real History of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, which I presented at Cal Poly's Climate Solutions Now conference in October. I want to use my time to call for land back for Yaktichu Tichu Yaktilhini, known locally as YTT Northern Chumash. The decisions ahead present San Luis Obispo and California with an opportunity for reconciliation with our past and a bright vision for our future. I commend YTT Tribe for their collective and resilient effort to demonstrate their ancestral claim and regain stewardship of their lands. This serves as an example for all people to bring respect to land, water, and sky. YTT Northern Chumash have been actively seeking their land back for years, as evidenced by their application to the CPUC's tribal land transfer policy. Beyond the tribe's 10,000 years of stewardship of the land, tribal members worked on the construction of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, and tribal members have worked at the power plant, some of them working at the plant today. This further qualifies the tribe to be stewards of Diablo Canyon Power Plant and its extended operations. I want to conclude by commending the community of San Luis Obispo and the relevant California agency and the governor's office for recognizing this opportunity to make history, achieving the deepest form of land conservation and community benefit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ryan.
We
I
could
have
take the
Dawn.
next one, Justin.
Okay, I have Dawn up next. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hi, this is Don Eichelberger. I'm Abalone Alliance Safe Energy Clearinghouse here in San Francisco, and I have some concerns about the hearing. I was under the impression that it was going to consider the operation of Diablo Canyon. I have no problem with, giving indigenous people sovereignty on their sacred sites and opening areas to the public, and definitely no heavy development of housing and stuff on the hand. But there's the question for me is, when does that start? And for me, it's important that Diablo Canyon operations should end sooner than later, and that 846 was passed in a very bogus way. I was told by my Senator Wiener staff that, basically the governor was strong arming people into signing off on 846 instead of, so that he wouldn't veto their energy information, legislation that they had pending. But the fact
Dawn,
is
this Speaker Dawn?
But I just have two quick concern. People on this panel have the ability to stop Diablo Canyon from operating. The state Coastal Commission could stop extending the leases on the Diablo Canyon land. The Water Board could stop selling PG&E the right to keep polluting, the offshore for $1 million a year. I just have so people on this panel could stop Diablo Canyon from operating, which would then allow us to start implementing more quickly the good ideas that are being put out on this plan. So that's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry to be a stick in the mud for people here. I know that, but I'm very troubled that the hearing starts with the assumption that Diablo Canyon is going to continue operating for years beyond its useful experience, and people on this panel have the ability to stop that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Don, thanks so much. This is Wade Crowfoot from the Natural Resources Agency. Just for those who didn't tune into the beginning of this discussion, this is actually a discussion in two parts. So this afternoon, we are committed to a conversation and hearing input on the continued operations of Diablo Canyon. And so your comments are points taken and will be considered within that conversation. We actually have two directives under that law that passed last year, SB 846. One is to hold a specific discussion on land conservation and economic development once the plant is done operating, and then the other is to discuss the impacts of continued operations of Diablo Canyon. So our apologies if that was not made clear, but our focus right now is to hear comments, input on land conservation and economic development. And then once we're done listening to everybody who has comments on that, we're going to shift to the second topic. Thank you.
I may call back.
Great. So Don, if you'd like to check back in with us for the second agenda item, that would be great. And from there, if you are online, and we do want to give priority to the people speaking to the land use item. So if you happen to be someone who wanted to speak to something else, that's certainly okay. But we just want to make sure the folks who are here for the agenda item have the opportunity to speak. So with that, I'll turn this back to Justin.
Okay, up next we have Jane Swanson, allowing you to speak now.
Yes, thank you. I'm Jane Swanson, President of San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. Thank you for holding this meeting. We appreciate the many different agencies involved, and we will take this opportunity to call attention to some environmental and safety issues surrounding the possibility of continued operations of Diablo. Today, you will hear from several members of Mothers for Peace outlining some specific topics of concern. My comments are intended to be more of an overview. Mothers for Peace strongly opposes continued operations of Diablo. There are many obstacles to PG&E's goal of license renewal, notwithstanding the provisions of Senate Bill 846 intended to waive some of the usual environmental and safety requirements. One obstacle is that on January 24 this year, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission staff rejected PG&E's request that the agency resume reviewing a 2009 license renewal application that the company formally withdrew in 2018. Since that outdated application no longer exists in NRC records, the staff agreed with Mothers for Peace that PG&E will have to start from scratch with a new application. Those wanting to understand the details of this decision can read them on our website, mothersforpeace.org, under latest news. Regarding land management and economic development of the Central Coast, there is a fundamental truth of which we must remain mindful. All the planning of California agencies will be for naught if a major earthquake strikes near or underneath the Diablo Canyon nuclear reactors. Given that there are 13 connected fault lines surrounding Diablo, one of them directly under the plant, this possibility must be taken into account along with its catastrophic consequences. Mothers for Peace appreciates the comments by the other speakers here today. We applaud the consistent support for land conservation. We advocate that Diablo close when its current licenses expire and the proposed plans for responsible land management be implemented. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Jane. And once again, just a reminder, if you're in the queue to speak virtually, we would ask you, the first speakers, or if you're in the queue, to address the land conservation and economic development future of these lands. We are very much committed to also hearing about concerns or input on the plant operations itself, but we really want to make sure that in the morning time session, we hear from everybody on again, the economic development and land conservation. Thank you.
Great, Justin, go ahead to the queue.
Up next, we have Sam. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello, my name is Sam Blakesley. Wade, nice to see you here in our community. I served as the senator representing this area and the state assemblyman, and in that capacity served on the Wildlife Conservation Board and worked on conservation issues for many years. I'm calling today because I'm the author of the DREAM initiative you've heard about, which was drafted in 1999 by myself and then brought forward to the community and embraced by environmental groups, business groups, civic groups, a wide range of people who felt very passionately about the future of this coastline. And lo, these 20 years ago, yes, 75% of the community voted for the DREAM initiative, but it's important to note that 80% of those who lived on the coast supported preservation and protection of these lands in perpetuity. Now, that's important because there's little debate about whether or not these very precious lands should be protected, but there at least should be a considerable debate and conversation about how they are managed. You've heard during this hearing and others, some argue for building envelopes and homes and sheds and outbuildings. You've heard others argue that this group or that group, whether it be a tribe or a conservation group, have responsibility for managing the lands. And again, as former representative of this area and author of the DREAM initiative, I would like to suggest to the Resources Agency they take great care in accepting those recommendations. I've seen the capabilities of state parks for managing complex lands like these, and don't think it's not complex to manage properties like this. There would be public access issues, environmental protection issues, habitat restoration issues, infrastructure issues, issues regarding funding, self-supporting. There will be issues that the State Resources Agency will be face-to-face with, but if it's being managed by another entity, State Resources Agency may find themselves responsible for fixing problems that emerge because groups that never have managed properties like this are attempting to do so. So I'm here today, yes, to argue for conservation, but even more firmly to argue that state parks should have the lead role in making sure this does not become a front for other activities, as important as they may be. We want these lands protected in perpetuity. They're for the public. A public entity should have that role, and I argue that state parks should be that entity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam, for calling in and making those comments.
Go ahead, Justin.
Up next, we have Carol. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello, my name's Carol Hisaswe. I'm a member of Mothers for Peace, but I'm speaking for myself as a resident who lives very close to Diablo Canyon, within the 10-mile range. During the nuclear power plant operation, the Diablo Canyon lands, and I mean the earth, air, and water, have been and are being abused, and we really need to return it to its natural state. Let the lands heal, not just keep it as it is. Environmental justice calls for returning the lands to before the power plant construction. Mitigation will be a huge issue. For example, to what degree will the radioactive contamination be mitigated? Who will pay for it? How will it happen? Groups have been working hard on the decommissioning planning. SB 846 throws a huge monkey wrench into the process. I feel we need to shut down the power plant as soon as possible and continue the complex and expensive work towards decommissioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Justin, we'll take the next speaker.
Up next, we have Eric. I'm allowing you to speak now.
There we are. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very good, thank you. I'm actually signed up for afternoon, and most of my comments will be made then, but I wanted to take a few seconds on a couple of topics germane to this morning. First of all, following up on Carol, one prerequisite for future uses on Parcel P should be the maximum possible radiological cleanup standard, and 10 millirems as enforced in 4 eastern states should be enforced here. hopefully the legislature will see fit, but if not, your agency should be able to weigh in on this as well. The second point is I'm very much in favor of the conservation on the 12,000 acres. A reason not to develop there is the flammability of the area, which increases the ecological footprint of any structures, both in terms of requirements for vegetation modification around them and the likely requirement for a secondary as well as primary access, a secondary egress for evacuation. Both of these factors would make any development in that area much more disruptive than the structures themselves. And so again, conservation, yes, conservation. We passed the DREAM initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Go ahead, Justin.
We have 2 more hands raised. Mila, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Oh, thank you so much. My name's Mila Reason. I live in Santa Monica, California. And I'm hoping that the plant will be shut before something like what just happened in Turkey and Syria happens on our California coast. Plume would reach millions of people, radioactive plume, within about 5 hours. I'd like to encourage you to develop wind and solar and use the existing power lines to make up for the energy that is generated at Diablo. And I want to really thank and stand with all of the Mothers for Peace for their tremendous work on this issue. I am just so grateful for everything that they've said here today. I fully endorse it, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Please shut Diablo. It should, Michael Peck, I think I still have some time I saw on the timer, so I was going to continue. Is that possible?
If you, were you planning to speak more to the afternoon agenda item?
No, I actually had something more to say about, now I'm completely thrown off. But
okay.
Our apologies. We're trying to manage 2 parts of the conversation.
I understand, but the clock was still running and I was trying to add something and so.
Please do. Just take a moment to gather your thoughts.
That's all right. Thank you. That'll be all for now, and I'll speak this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Justin, could you let me know how many more hands we have raised?
We have 2 additional hands.
Okay, go ahead and go with the next one then, please.
Okay, Walter, I'm allowing you to speak. Walter, you may need to unmute.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, my apologies. Yes. Good morning. My name is Walter Vire, and I'm the Associate General Counsel for the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. And we just wanted to get on the record that last year the tribe engaged in AB 52 consultation with San Luis Obispo County regarding mitigation measures, and those consultations are ongoing. While the current reservation is located 75 miles south of the Diablo Canyon power plant, the historic area of the Chumash includes the area that where the power plant is located. Just quick, brief comment. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the last comment is Timothy. I'm allowing you to speak now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
We sure can.
Okay. Yeah, I was something I just wanted to point out was that hasn't been discussed. Well, actually 2 issues. One is I think that something that I don't think has been acknowledged this morning is that some of the reason for the size of parcel P being what it is it was originally planned to have 6 units of power generation instead of 2. And while there hasn't been any discussion of this for many years, I think one avenue that has to be thought about, given the state's energy needs and the need to reduce emissions from fossil fuels and carbon emitting sources, is the possibility. And this is probably required a change in legislation, but it is one pathway that conceivably the land and infrastructure is still there to build for additional units. So in the discussion of offshore wind and solar and other resources, I think one thing that has to also be put on the table and looked at is, what does hypothetically parcel P look like as with 4 additional units in addition to the 2 existing ones, which was originally was the original plan for the site. Second, I also think in terms of the state park, I think it should be noted there have been a lot of budget challenges for the state park service going back for many years now. PG&E actually maintains quite a bit of other public property in other parts of the state related to the hydro fleet. And there's definitely, I think, a perception if you talk to people who use PG&E's recreational facilities versus some of the facilities maintained by the state park system or the U.S. Forest Service or U.S. National Park Service. PG&E has had less issues resource-wise with maintaining and providing public access to those facilities. So I think one thing that does need to be thought about on the land use part is how does it should be thought about in terms of these lands, who they might be transferred away from PG&E, is whether that entity has the budget and financial resources to, at a minimum, maintain access at the same level and maintain the quality of the lands in the same way PG&E has been today. So that's my 2 comments for this morning.
Thank you so much.
There's one additional comment.
Go
Sophia,
ahead.
allowing you to speak now.
Hello, I just want to say I'm Sophia and I'm a current student, and I just want to say that I support the ownership of land for the Northern Chumash, Yaktichu, Tichu, Yaktohini people. A lot of the land management practices used by public groups today originate in Indigenous knowledge, and I believe fully in land back, and I think whatever happens to this land next should be done in partnership with the Northern Chumash people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
No additional comments.
Thank you, Justin. So what we're going to do, go back to the cards that I had mentioned before. Pat Vicent, I think we accidentally missed you, so please come forward. Thank you for letting me know that. And then TJ, you will be next, and then Dr. Nelson will be following that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate it. My name is Pat Visart. I am a 50-year plus county resident. For 40 of those years, I and my family have lived with Diablo Canyon and with the Diablo Canyon nuclear waste dump, which is now what it has become. I am in complete agreement with the comments of Sam Blakesley. I would like very much to see these lands in ownership of a public agency. State parks would be great. If not state parks, BLM or NPS, but some public agency that has the experience and the capacity to manage these lands for conservation. All these years, the public has not had any access to these lands. There's been no public access whatsoever. So in keeping with the requirements of the Coastal Act and the state constitution, I would also like to see these lands have maximum public access. So I would like to see the lands managed primarily for conservation with maximum public access in mind by a state agency or by a federal agency for the benefit of all of the people of the nation and of California and of San Luis Obispo County. I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of meetings we have had in this county to talk about Diablo Canyon over the last 50 years. But the people of this county, the people who live here in this county, are the people that have had to put up with this for all these years. So I really hope that you will give the weight to the people who live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat, for coming down and making comments.
And you are TJ? Very good.
Hello, I'm TJ Samoyedny. Thank you all for being here. I'm a current Cal Poly student and I've lived in San Luis Obispo for the past 4 years. I'm originally from the East Coast, but because I've been at Cal Poly, I've been able to learn to love this land, and I'm very grateful for the time here, as I'm sure everyone else in this room is. I am a biological sciences major and I have a minor in Indigenous Studies and Natural Resources in the Environment. And I'm in a indigeneity in the land class right now, and my professor, Dr. Heberling, is in the audience. On Monday, Scott Lathrop came and talked to us about this proposal, and it was my first time hearing about it, but I'm very excited about it because something that we've learned about in this class is how the conservation and preservation movement in America has been rooted in policies and in nefarious actions that have taken land away from Indigenous people and have excluded Black and Indigenous people of color. And so I'm very excited about this plan because it is bringing the Yakti Tutu Yaktilhini people to the table for this effort, and it is giving them an opportunity to hopefully have their land returned to them. For example, the National Park Service has been used to take land away from Indigenous people. And so this plan gives us the opportunity to be a leader and an example for the world for land back and giving voice and sovereignty to Indigenous people. I don't think this effort should be rushed, but the Yakti Tutu Yaktilhini have been waiting for hundreds of years for their land to be returned. And I don't think that they should have to wait any longer for this. I have the faith that this partnership will do everything that is necessary and has the expertise to care for this land. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm excited about this, and I think it'll be really good for this community and the people here.
TJ, thanks for sharing that input.
Yeah, TJ, before you go, do I understand this is the first time you've spoken in a setting like this? Yeah. How did it go?
I'm pretty nervous, but thank you.
Yeah, you did an awesome job. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nelson.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I have been a faculty member at both Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo, and Cuesta College, and currently am the senior legal researcher at the independent nonprofit Californians for Green Nuclear Power, which I helped to found about a decade ago. And this morning, I want to talk about the economic development plan. I'll have further comments during the regulatory session this afternoon. CGNP runs a booth at the Slow Downtown Farmers Market for the past several years. We've been able to get a good sense of public support for continued operation of Diablo Canyon. Polls also show strong support. SB 846 was passed almost unanimously, and that's really significant because it's rare that the level of unanimity that was expressed by the legislature in passing SB 846, which was then signed by the governor on September 2nd, 2022, is the reason why we're here today. Diablo Canyon Power Plant sits on the ancestral lands of the YTT Northern Chumash. Californians for Green Nuclear Power supports some form of economic compensation to the YTT Northern Chumash during the current and any extended operations of the plant. The important concept is that Diablo Canyon, when we're talking about economic development, Diablo Canyon generates about $1 billion in annual economic activity, both directly and indirectly. It is literally the goose that lays the golden egg. And we want to see it obviously continue to run. PG&E is the largest private sector employer in the region. I'll have more to say about whales and offshore wind this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do not have any additional registered speakers. Was there anyone in the audience that has not yet had a chance to speak that had hoped to? All right, and we'll give the folks online an additional opportunity. If you were hoping to speak, please raise your hand. I love how all of us have spent all these years on Zoom and we still don't know if anyone can hear us. With that. Okay, I'm going to defer to the secretary in terms of how you'd like to manage the agenda.
So Lisa, question. We obviously want to begin the second session at 12:45, and we've prepared a little bit of an orientation to explain the regulatory agencies that are figuring into this question around continued operations. And so we're going to hold off on that in respect to those that are joining at 12:45. But I know that there are some folks that were providing input on the first item on conservation and economic development that also had an interest on the second item. And if appropriate, I would welcome the opportunity to hear from them, given they have busy daily schedules and may want to leave once they provide comment.
Yes, that would be fine. So is there anyone in the room that falls in that category? Please come forward. I'll have you reintroduce yourself. And then for those of you that are wondering, we do today we have a note taker, and it's really helpful to the note taker to know kind of what the topic is. It's one of the reasons that we've kind of been trying to hold the line. That way, when they're doing the notes, it's just easier for them to track it. So with that, though, because we know you're going to speak on the second item, that's terrific. Thank you.
And William, if you can hold off just a second, I think we also want to, before we're done at noon, provide an opportunity for our colleagues on the dais to share any thoughts they have on the land conservation and economic development plan. But that being so, we'll do that before we conclude. But that being said, we'll make use of this time for anybody with comment beyond the first item.
Okay, thank you. I'm William Almas again. I am a member of the engagement panel, but I am speaking on behalf of myself for these comments. The DC DEP, the panel, is an important channel of two-way communication between the public and PG&E. However, the scope of the DC DEP is limited to those issues directly related to decommissioning. And I think you've experienced some of this today. We get questions, and there's a great demand for answers for topics that are outside the scope of what our panel was designed for, and what our vision and what our mission is. Since PG&E is in the process of obtaining the necessary approvals for extended operations, a single avenue of communication with the public does not currently exist to answer the multitude of questions. These questions are important or related to safety, regulatory issues, economic needs, expenses, all of the things, wind, everything that comes along. I see a critical need for a method of coordinated communication with the public to answer these questions. So this is only augmented by the fact that we have 4 more agencies up on the dais today. We had the CPUC, we had the CEC here about a week and a half ago. So this is very confusing to the public. They don't know where to forward their comments. There needs to be a staffed, single point of communication. And this could be done rather inexpensively, I think, by hiring a very small staff, could be one, two, whatever's appropriate, to coordinate with the various agencies and their outreach effort, or their personnel that deal with outreach, to get the right answers, the best possible answers to the public. And I think that that will serve everyone, all the agencies in this complicated process that we have. So thank you.
Thank you, William, for that constructive suggestion.
So is Farmer Michael still in the audience? He may be coming back. Great. How about Heather? You're good? Okay, I did cut you off, so I just want, if you're, okay, very good. Anyone else? Okay. And anyone online? All right.
No
I'll turn
hands
this
raised.
back. Oh, you have one hand?
I'm sorry, no hands raised.
Very good.
Well, listen, first of all, thanks to everybody who came down here today in person or joined virtually. It is really, really important to understand the input of community residents, leaders, and groups. As I said at the top of the discussion, what's most important to the future of this plant and these lands, or I should say, what's very important is the perspective of those who live around it, who have strong, passionate perspectives on its future. I'll share that we met with the local superintendent of state parks yesterday, and I think he wouldn't mind me sharing his comment, which is he's worked in different parts of the state, but he can say that San Luis Obispo County, this area has among the most passionate and committed residents when it comes to these questions of conservation of the environment, of cultural resources, of outdoor recreation, and of course its economic future. So that's very much on display over the last few days. I have some broad thoughts on the input that we received this morning, but let me first turn to my colleagues for any concluding thoughts they have to bring this conversation home this morning. And I'll turn to my colleague, Dee Dee Myers.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. And let me just affirm what he just said, thanking all of you for being here. This has been really instructive for us to hear the perspectives that each of you bring and to understand all the time, effort, energy, and hard work that goes into that. People aren't showing up here talking without having, again, put in the hard work. And it is such a tribute to this community. As Wade said, the comments of the regional park director are evident in the time that we've spent here and in the conversation that we've had today. So very instructive, given us a tremendous amount of insight, again, into not just the broad topics, but some of the important nuances. And I'm sure there'll be more that will come in online. So very, very grateful for your input and look forward to continuing the dialogue, not only as we put together the report for March 23rd, but as we move forward with long-term planning around this very important set of issues. So with that, I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure Secretary Crowfoot will talk a lot about the themes and consensus around those themes that we've been hearing over the past couple of days. And really want to associate myself with Director Myers' remarks in terms of the enormous energy and intensity of passion that has gone into forming a lot of these proposals and thoughts about the land conservation and economic opportunities that exist at Diablo Canyon over many, many years, even over a decade. I think that that's something that we will take home with us as we work on the plan that needs to be submitted to the legislature in a couple of weeks, that they're really, we don't want to be recreating the wheel. You as your community know what the needs are, what the opportunities are, and I think we want to really reflect all of that hard work. I will just add that as one state agency, but I think many of us state agencies, our real purpose and goal is to serve the public, serve all of you. And so What I've been thinking a lot about and hearing all of the ideas about the future of Diablo Canyon and the lands is what tools in our toolbox, whether it's at state lands or the Coastal Commission or other state agencies, what tools do we have in our jurisdiction, authority, funding, resource, expertise to help you all implement the vision that you have for these lands? And so I really look forward to working with you all and working with my colleagues to help effectuate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Joaquin.
Yeah, just quickly echo all the thanks. And what's been incredible to see and appreciate the productive morning. What's been incredible to see and listen to is all the alignment that is certainly here, and appreciate that, across the needs of tribes, conservation, and again, those economic opportunities. There's a lot of good work that has gone in a number of years and has been noted, and it's reflective in the maturity of this discussion, and it's really impressive.
Thanks so much. So I might just identify some key themes and priorities that we heard. And I'm not suggesting these are necessarily consensus, because I think true consensus is difficult to have, but I will call it alignment in terms of what we've heard. Number one is a lot of excitement and energy focused on the economic development potential of these lands, and particularly Parcel P. Whenever the plant stops operating, there have been a lot of conversations with leaders that are interested in utilizing and ensuring that the region can play a role in the development of safe and appropriate offshore wind development, as well as all manner of scientific and economic development, some examples which we heard today. And I have to commend Cal Poly and Reach and for really leaning in on this question around how to utilize existing economic development infrastructure in the region to grow the economy into the future. Number two is clear passion for the conservation of these lands. We had an opportunity to get out on North Ranch yesterday, and it's hard to describe the incredible environmental resource that's there, the lands, the waters. It's remarkable. And it seems like, virtually everyone we've talked to has explained just how important it is to conserve the environment. We've also learned just how valuable and important these sacred lands are and the cultural resources there. And I think we all acknowledge these are lands that have been populated for thousands of years. And I've heard strong priority and commitment to protecting those cultural resources. Third would be the great interest in identifying what access improvements can be made on these lands that will allow people to enjoy these lands in ways that they haven't done so before. We've heard that Montana de Oro has received increased visitation in recent years, and that the public lands that are enjoyed by local and regional residents are under a lot of pressure from visitation. And we've also heard a lot of interest in the potential of Wild Cherry Canyon to provide recreational access and perhaps more widespread recreational access than South Ranch and North Ranch, just given the slightly more disturbed nature of Wild Cherry Canyon. We've also heard a strong priority for tribal ownership, stewardship, and/or leadership of these lands, with the recognition that we have a collective opportunity to right historic wrongs in a pretty fundamental way. So we take all of the input both this morning and over the last 3 days, and we head back to Sacramento, and we are directed by the legislature with preparing a set of recommendations in very short order by late March. And as my colleague LaQuinn explained this morning, we'll take this verbal input today and also invite your written input to inform that set of recommendations that we'll make to the legislature. And just a reminder, you should have on your agenda an email address to share those written comments, and we're asking for written comments by March 3rd, just given this time frame we have to get those recommendations to the legislature. And then my observation is that the legislature has commitment to help you move a vision forward for land conservation and economic development. And one of the reasons why they've tasked us with a fairly intense time frame for getting recommendations to them is they're focused on understanding how they can help the region really move into the future on these two topics of conservation and economic development. So once again, huge thanks for all of your input, your engagement here this morning. I'll turn it over to my colleague LaQuinn for any final thoughts or instructions. And I'll just mention that it's now almost 11:30. When we're done here, we're going to reconvene starting sharp at 12:45, and that will begin with a bit of an orientation around the regulatory process to consider extension of the Diablo plant. And then the bulk of the conversation or convening in the afternoon will be once again to hear your input, specifically on the topics of the proposed continuation of the power plant and as noted in writing, impacts from that continued operation. LaQuinn.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. I think you summed most of this up pretty well, so I won't repeat everything that you said, but really want to thank everybody for your time and attention today and for coming and joining us this morning. And for those of you that we've had the opportunity to meet with, talk with over the past few days, and even previously in our visits, thank you again so much for all of your time. I really just want to encourage you to submit comments, even if you've submitted them this morning. Please continue to give us comments, even more written comments. Even verbally, welcome to do more meetings. Thank you again so much, and really just want to make sure that we're accurately reflecting what we've heard from the community in our proposal. So please join us again at 12:45. It will be another, I think, exciting session, and you'll get to hear from the other agencies. And we'll also answer a lot of the questions that we've heard around timing for the actions that will be taken by the agencies related to extension of Diablo Canyon, what that looks like, and additional forms of engagement as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for those of you joining in person at the San Luis Obispo County building here today, and for those of us who are joining online. This is the second part of a conversation that we're holding today as leaders from state government coming to San Luis Obispo County. My name is Wade Crowfoot, and I lead the California Natural Resources Agency, which is an agency that includes 26 departments, including some that are really visible here in San Luis Obispo communities, including the state parks and CAL FIRE and our Department of Water Resources and Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm joined on the dais by colleagues who are leading important entities at the state government who are interacting with the topic of this afternoon's discussion here today, which is the proposed continuation of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. So what we're going to do is, to start off our discussion, is I'm going to turn to my colleagues, Lisa and LaQuinn, to go over some discussion or review of the agenda and the opportunities for providing public input. I should have mentioned this afternoon's session is all about receiving your input. And so while we're going to spend about 20 minutes explaining who we are and why we're here, and of course the regulatory process to consider the continuation of the power plant, mostly we want to hear from you. So we're going to move to that part of the agenda once we're done with public comment. So before I ask my colleagues to introduce themselves on the dais, I'll turn to Lisa for a little bit of housekeeping.
Okay, thank you so much. So as you can see, we're going to be covering the state regulatory actions this afternoon. As Wade mentioned, as the secretary mentioned, there's going to be some introductory remarks. When we move to the speaking portion of this, the comments portion, what we'll be doing is taking the people in the room first, and then the people online second. And then we'll ask if you're speaking. We think everyone this afternoon's speaking to the agenda item that's listed, although this morning there was a little bit of confusion about that. So we'll go ahead and just take those in the order. What we're going to do, if you're online right now and you think you might like to speak, if you could just raise your hand. We're just wanting to get a feeling for how many people online, and that will help us determine how long people will have to speak. We may have to, if we have too many, we would have to shorten it. So we'll go ahead and get a count on that. Okay, right now it looks like we're going to be okay for everybody to stay with the 3-minute time. I will flag you though if that happens. So that's just the basics. We'll go ahead. I'm going to turn this over to you to take it away. And if you want to, or back to the secretary, to the dais.
LaQuinn, why don't I give an opportunity for my colleagues to introduce themselves, and first turn to my colleague and friend, Dee Dee Myers.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. I'm Dee Dee Myers, and I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. And so we oversee economic development with our partners across the state to try to ensure that we have good jobs and sustainable businesses and inclusive economic opportunity for everyone in California. And so obviously that includes the Central Coast here in San Luis Obispo County as we move through the next phases of the life of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power facility. So very delighted to be here and to hear from all of you as we did this morning, which was incredibly enlightening and beneficial. So thank you all for being here.
Thanks so much. I'll turn this session to my colleague, Joaquin Esquivel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, and I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. We're a 5-member board. We, along with our 9 regional water quality control boards, oversee water quality regulation here in the state. I want to acknowledge we have here as well our chair of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, Jane Gray, and the executive officer, Matt Keeling. So the state board also administers water rights. We administer drinking water regulation and fund infrastructure, water infrastructure in the state. Our role here, and John and the panel will go on, but just to preview, is around once through cooling policy, which the state oversees, and then the regional board has an MPDS permit for the facility as well. But we'll get into that later. And good to be here with you all.
Thanks so much, Joaquin. Jennifer.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Lucchesi. I'm the Executive Officer of the California State Lands Commission. We are a 3-member commission led by Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, State Controller Malia Cohen, and the Governor's Director of Finance, Joe Steppenshaw. We manage the state's tide and submerged lands from the mean high tide line out to the 3-mile state federal boundary. Our role here, which I'll get into in more detail later, is we are essentially PG&E's landlord for the offshore infrastructure that supports Diablo Canyon. So the intake structure, the outfall channel, and the breakwater and other infrastructure that supports the plant. Thank you.
And importantly, because we're sitting in San Luis Obispo, you are a graduate of Cal Poly.
I am a graduate of Cal Poly and also a former employee of the Port San Luis Harbor District as a lifeguard for Avila Beach. So I have a lot of heartfelt ties to this area. I just wasn't as smart as all of you to be able to figure out how to stay here and make a living. But I love being able to come back here and work alongside all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. And as we mentioned this morning, we've been down here for 3 days, and one of our key takeaways is we're very jealous of whoever is able to live here because it's an incredibly beautiful part of the state. So we're specifically here because the legislature and Governor Newsom this past fall approved a state law change called Senate Bill 846. And that bill set in motion the consideration of extending the operations of the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant beyond its planned ceasing of operations. And so the policy discussion is focused on continuing operations for 5 years until 2030. That question requires significant regulatory approval. In other words, approval by federal and state agencies. And so 846 also required the folks you see before you, including facilitated by my position, to seek public input on the extension of the power plant, potential impacts from extending the power plant, and any input that's helpful to the regulatory process that has to take place in its various agencies. So we're going to kick off this discussion before we receive public input with an explanation of just which are the regulatory agencies and which pieces of the extension of the plant are they considering and potentially approving. So I'll turn it at this point to my colleague LaQuinn Wynn, who serves as our Deputy Secretary for Energy at our agency.
Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. Okay. So next slide, please. So for those of people who are not in the room or online joining us this morning, just want to quickly go over again the CNRA requirements for SB 846. And so CNRA is the California Natural Resources Agency, and I'll just say CNRA for short. Also, when we talk about Diablo Canyon Power Plant, I might just say Diablo Canyon for short as well. So 3 main requirements for CNRA. The first was to submit provide a detailed description and plan that identifies all of the regulatory actions that are needed to extend the operations of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. And so that document, we are hoping to finalize that and get that out to the public ASAP, and anticipating sometime next week being able to share that with all of you. Later on in the slides, we will have our website address up on that slide, and that will be where you can find the document. The second item that we have is submit a land conservation and economic development plan to the legislature, and that's what we discussed this morning. And the third thing is, as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, facilitate a joint public process that will consider public input relating to environmental impacts and mitigation for the extended operations of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant. So for that's the focus of this afternoon session. For both of these things, we really would value your input on this, which is why we're so heavily focused on public comment today. We understand that you all have been working on these topics for years, and there's been a lot of work, effort, conversations, meetings that have gone into these topics, and so really would value your input. Next slide. Okay, just another reminder what the focus of this afternoon session is. Next slide, please. So this is the actual language that we need to that we're talking about today. But pretty much what it does is it requires us at least 30 days prior to the first decision or approval related to the extension of the operations of the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, the CNRA is supposed to facilitate a joint public process to consider public input relating to environmental impacts and mitigation of the extended operations. We are also supposed to complete at least one public hearing and receive written comments. Okay, next slide. Okay. So before we get into that, I really wanted to provide this slide as a kind of overall context and let kind of baseline setting of where we are in the process and answer a lot of the questions that we've heard from the community today in terms of like what does need to happen in order for the operations of Diablo Canyon to be extended. Who are the agencies involved? Who should we be talking to? How can we, be engaged? And again, when we're looking for, input on environmental impacts and mitigation, it's not just today that we're asking for input. It will be through all of these other processes that we'll be seeking your input as well. So on this slide, I've listed the federal agency, which is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC. And then we also have state agencies as well, who are listed, who you'll hear from later today. And again, this public document that we mentioned earlier that will have a detailed description and plan of all of those actions needed to extend Diablo Canyon, this graphic will be in that. And again, hoping that will be publicly available sometime next week. Okay, so really quickly, because we don't have NRC here, or Nuclear Regulatory Commission, I thought I would very briefly give people an overview of where we are with those actions, or where they are with those actions. And so everything that you see on this timeline here, this assumes that each of the identified agencies will find that PG&E's application is complete. And also SB 846 requires that, at least at the state level, each of the agencies, once they find an application is complete and they have all the information they need to review it, they have 180 days to complete that review. So again, this timeline assumes that we're receiving, complete applications from PG&E. It assumes that the agencies are completing their reviews or their actions within that 180 days. So Nuclear Regulatory Commission, I think it's helpful to know, again, as we think about where the state actions fit in relation to what's happening at the federal level, because it just seems to kind of go over the entire timeline. So in October of last year, PG&E requested that the NRC continue to review their previously submitted license renewal application. And that was an application they had submitted in 2009. And that was really important to have NRC continue with that review, because NRC has a rule that you have to submit a license renewal application at least 5 years prior to the expiration of your license. And in this case for Diablo Canyon, that's 2024 for Unit 1 and 2025 for Unit 2. So again, really important that they continue that review. In last month, NRC denied that request and said that PG&E needs to submit a whole new license renewal application. There is another option there, though, and that's submitting an exemption to that extension request, or to that request. And so PG&E had already, thinking ahead, they did submit that exemption request, and I think we anticipate NRC providing some sort of decision on that next month. But again, why that's really important is because, it could take some time to review these applications, and we really just want to make sure that if we can get that exemption request, and that means that even if the NRC does not finish their review of that license renewal application after 2024, when the first unit is supposed to shut down, like these units can continue to still operate. So that's why that's really important. So I know I went through that really quickly. I'm just going to call out our PG&E representatives in the back who will be happy to answer any questions later on, I'm sure. Sorry, I just volunteered you, Tom and Mark. And so we also have the state agency actions listed here. I think what we'll do is we'll have everybody present in the order in which they appear. So you'll see the State Lands Commission is first in terms of their actions, followed by the Public Utilities Commission, who will be joining us online. And then we have the Coastal Commission actions, and then the actions by the water boards. So I will not take up time trying to explain their actions. I will let them explain it because they'll do it best. So I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jennifer Lucchesi. Excellent.
Great.
That'll be the next one.
Yeah. And next slide, please. You all know who I am by now. Great, thank you. So as I mentioned during this morning's session, in 2016, the State Lands Commission was tasked with reviewing a new lease application for the existing offshore infrastructure that PG&E operates to support the nuclear power plant. And based on the joint proposal agreement that had been negotiated and finalized, the State Lands Commission issued a short-term lease of about 7 to 8 years, expiring in August 26, 2025, to help facilitate the decommissioning and closure of the plant. So with the passage and signing of SB 846, the State Lands Commission now is tasked with reviewing a lease amendment application from PG&E to extend the term of that lease by 5 years to 2030. The PG&E has submitted an application for that lease amendment in the early January. We had 30 days to review that lease application for completeness under state law. We issued a complete letter to their application on February 2nd. And so what that means is that we have under SB 846, 180 days for our State Lands Commission to act on that lease amendment application. So we anticipate that our commission will consider that lease amendment application at either their April or June meeting. Our commission meets every 2 months. Technically, they could also have a special meeting in July to meet that 180-day requirement. Our State Lands Commission is very similar to your Board of Supervisors meetings or the Coastal Commission meeting, where it's a properly noticed public meeting pursuant to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. We hold our meetings both in person and online through Zoom. We receive public comment, both written and verbal public comment at our meetings for agenda items. And we will be noticing this application well in advance. So anyone who's interested that wants to provide comments on the lease amendment application and staff's recommendation at the time can do so meaningfully. I will also just add, you'll hear from a number of other state agencies about their permitting role in the extension. And I know it can be really confusing about how our jurisdictions and authority overlap, complement each other. And so one thing I do want to just point out is PG&E has applied for a 5-year lease extension with us. What you'll hear from my colleague Cassidy at the Coastal Commission is their role is really based on the NRC licensing, and that's for 20 years. And I know that probably will create some confusion and even some concern about the extended extension of operations. But for the State Lands Commission, what our commission will be acting on is a specific extension for 5 years. So if there was any direction or idea of further extension beyond 2030, it would require another lease amendment with us and a public process associated with that. So I wanted to try to make that a little bit more clear. And I'm sure Cassidy will go into more detail about that. So with that, I think that will end my explanation. And I'm looking forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be from the California Public Utilities Commission. He is coming to us online, so we'll go ahead and make that switch.
Hi, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
We can maybe just a little bit closer to your mic, and I'll have you introduce yourself. There we go.
Hi. So, hi, my name is Franz Chang. I'm the Electric Cost Section Supervisor in the Energy Division at the California Public Utilities Commission. And we're basically involved mostly with the purse strings. We have a $1.4 billion in federal money. Thank you. Next slide. And thank you. And what I want to call attention to is really important for people who are not as well versed in the intricacies of the CPUC's process is the rulemaking number R2301007. I would recommend that anyone who wants to get involved would search for CPUC docket and then punch in that number, no spaces or parentheses or anything to get involved. But basically, we had rulemaking open. That's DR 230107. We started that rulemaking on January 20th as directed by SBA 46. And the purpose of that is to establish a new retirement date for Diablo Canyon because we had a previous decision that had the old time frame that we now need to revise. The retirement date can be no later than October 31st, 2029 for Diablo Canyon Unit 1 and October 31st, 2030 for Diablo Canyon Unit 2. So the scope of this proceeding is actually still in flux. There has not actually been a scoping memo yet. There will be a pre-hearing conference on March 17th. You can get the information for that off of the CPC docket that I mentioned just now. And so we're going to be covering several topics within that proceeding. When establishing the retirement dates, the PUC must consider the cost of upgrades for seismic safety, deferred maintenance, licensing renewal expenditures required by the NRC, the status of the loan from the state, whether newly constructed and interconnected renewable energy and zero carbon resources are adequate, Diablo substitutes, and meet planning standards for energy reliability, and the renewal of Diablo Canyon's NRC operating license. The PUC can choose an early retirement, early retirement dates following review of 1 through 5, and we are statutorily mandated to issue a decision by the end of 2023. Next slide, please. So if you would like to participate in this rulemaking, there are several ways you can become involved. You can submit a written comment on a docket card for this proceeding on our website, make a public comment at a public meeting like this, or any of our voting meetings. Subscribe to the proceeding on our website or file a motion to become a party. If you would like more information, please look at the information on the slides. I'm not going to read off the URLs, obviously, but you can send an email to the Public Advisor's Office or give us a call at the contact information provided on the slide. We have the next step in the proceeding, R230107, would actually be February 21st, where we're going to get party comments on the topics that I just mentioned on the previous slide. We'll probably comments due March 6th after that. So we have a little bit of time between now and then. So it's really important if you want to make comments and you want to become a party to get subscribe to the proceeding as a party using the information at those URLs listed on the slide. Next slide, please. So there are other venues for public participation available, although these are going to be less important to in terms of timing and in participation to determine the funding of Diablo Canyon's extension. Nevertheless, we have provided information on the Diablo Canyon Independent Safety Committee, the DCISC, which reviews the Diablo Canyon operations and submits an annual report with conclusions and recommendations on the operational safety of Diablo Canyon. And we have 3 meetings. You can see the information on the slides for the next one, which takes place actually in less than a week. There's also the Diablo Canyon Independent Peer Review Panel, the IPRP, where technical experts from various state agencies and the county will review the PG&E seismic safety studies of Diablo Canyon and the DCISC reports. Next meeting is April 13th, online only. And you can find that also on the PUC's event calendar when we get a little closer to that date. So I just want to wrap up by once again stressing the importance of this fast-moving R230107 proceeding. That the next step on that is basically party comments on the 21st with replies on March 6th, hopefully a scoping memo, which will lay out the scope and topics we'll cover in that proceeding by perhaps April. And if you want to get involved, please refer to the slides in the previous slide where you can contact a public advisor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Several people have asked about handouts, and we wanted to let you know these handouts will be posted. The slides will be posted on the Natural Resources Agency website. We'll be sure before the end of the meeting to repost that address for you. But just so you know, these are a little bit more dense than some of the other ones we saw this morning. So with that, let's go ahead and move to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, I'm glad to be here in San Luis today and for this opportunity to hear from you all. I'm Cassidy Teufel. I'm the interim director of the Coastal Commission's Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Division. The Coastal Commission is actually holding its monthly public hearing today, and so our chair and executive director have to send their regrets for not being here, and I'll do my best to fill in their absence. I'd like to quickly walk you through who the Coastal Commission is for those unfamiliar, and also quickly walk through what our review process looks like. I apologize. Next slide, please. Apologize for all the small text on this slide, but I was hoping they would be provided to you all after this presentation, which it sounds like they will, so folks can have the benefit of all the information on there without trying to read it all. Just briefly, the Coastal Commission's mission is to protect and enhance California's coast and ocean, and to present for both the current and future generations. It accomplishes this through careful planning and regulation of environmentally sustainable development, rigorous use of science, strong public participation, education, and effective intergovernmental coordination. The Commission is an independent quasi-judicial state agency. It's comprised of 12 voting members, appointed equally by the governor, the Senate Rules Committee, and the Speaker of the Assembly. 6 of those voting commissioners are locally elected officials, and 6 are appointed from the public at large. 3 ex officio members also represent the Resources Agency, California State Transportation Agency, and State Lands Commission. The Coastal Commission is also one of California's 3 designated coastal management agencies for the purpose of administering the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act in California. Under California's federally approved Coastal Zone Management Program, the Commission manages development along California's coast. One of the most significant provisions of the Federal Coastal Zone Management Act gives state coastal management agencies, like the Commission, regulatory control over federal activities and federally permitted activities wherever they may occur, both inside the state's designated coastal zone boundary or landward or seaward of that, as long as that activity has the potential to affect coastal resources. Federal consistency is an important coastal management tool because it's often the only review authority state agencies have over federal government activities affecting coastal resources. This is authority under which the Coastal Commission will be reviewing the proposed relicensing of the Diablo Canyon power plant. The purpose of this review will be to determine whether the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission's issuance of an operating license would be consistent with the enforceable policies of California's Coastal Management Program. These enforceable policies are detailed in Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act, which I'd encourage you to read on the Coastal Commission's website if you're interested. But those include the protection of marine life, water quality, public access, sensitive terrestrial habitats, and other important coastal resources. One of the most relevant of these policies in this context states that marine resources shall be maintained, enhanced, and where feasible, restored. This and the other relevant policies of the Coastal Act will be the standard of the Coastal Commission's review when it considers relicensing. This review will be initiated by PG&E's submittal of a consistency certification to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission may then concur, conditionally concur, or object to that consistency certification. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission cannot issue final approval of the operating license for Diablo Canyon until after the Coastal Commission issue its concurrence or conditional concurrence, or an objection is overruled by the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. Just briefly, the Commission's consistency review process, it's triggered by PG&E's submittal of a relicensing application to NRC. We're expecting that to occur late this year or early next. At which point, when we receive a consistency certification from PG&E, we initiate a 30-day completeness review to determine filing. Once that consistency certification is deemed complete, the Coastal Commission has up to 6 months to hold a public hearing and to make its decision. We're anticipating that, as you saw in LaQuinn's slide, to be mid to late 2024. To prepare for that hearing, Commission staff accepts stakeholder input, carries out independent analysis of PG&E's request, and prepares a recommendation for the Commission. Recommendation is then provided for public review at least 2 weeks prior to the Public Coastal Commission hearing. At that hearing, the public also has an opportunity to provide both written and oral comments. I want to make a quick note, as you see in the very small text at the bottom of the slide, that this process that I've just outlined assumes that there's no additional development that would be carried out associated with relicensing, just simply the application for the NRC license. If such development were to be proposed, the Coastal Commission and the County of San Luis Obispo may also have additional permitting roles to play. That concludes my remarks, and thanks again for letting me be here.
Thank you. Our next speakers are going to be from the water boards.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Jonathan Bishop. I'm the Chief Deputy Director at the State Water Resource Control Board. To make it even more confusing, we have a State Water Resource Control Board. We have a State Water Resource Control Board and 9 regional water quality control boards. And so Matt will follow me. He is the Executive Director of the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. Under our obligations here at Diablo Canyon, the State Water Board really has 2 roles. One is implementing the and overseeing the once through cooling policy to the ocean plan. And that policy set the requirements for once through cooling power plants to reduce their intake of water by 93% and set a date for compliance. That date for Diablo is currently 2024 and 2020. Well, no, excuse me. It was 2024 and 2025. And under SB 846, that was extended to 2030. And so our role in that has already been done by the legislature. So we will just be doing an administrative amendment to our policy to recognize the legislative, the adoption of the bill. We also have another role, which is to set the mitigation ratios for compensating for the impacts associated with once-through cooling. So if you're not aware of how once-through cooling works, it pulls in seawater, and that seawater is used to cool the steam that's used to generate the power. But when it does that, it pulls in larvae, and those larvae are essentially all killed in that process. So part of the requirements under our once-through cooling policy is that any facility that operates after 2015 must fully mitigate for those impacts, those larvae. We hired a scientific consultant to go out and figure out how much restoration is needed to address those impacts, and then how much those would cost, and then equated that to amount of gallons. So currently it's about $4.50 per million gallons to address that impact from the power plant. Those calculations are under review right now because they were done about 10 years ago. They're likely to be a little bit out of date, and so they're being reviewed right now by our staff, and that will come to our board sometime in the next year for a modification to those costs. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to talk about the actual permitting of the facility, since that's his role.
Thank you, Jonathan. As he indicated, my name is Matt Keeling, and I'm the executive officer of your Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. Needless to say, the Diablo Canyon Power Plant is within our region, which is why I'm here before you today. So our primary responsibility is really for implementing water quality protection focused regulatory requirements, kind of at the regional, local, and individual facility scale, and particularly through the issuance of waste discharge requirements, permits, or orders. And as it relates specifically to the Diablo Canyon Power Plant, our regulatory authority and role is relatively narrow, but it's very important. With respect to regulating Pacific Gas and Electric Company's discharges of power plant cooling water, seawater desalination system, brine reject, and treated domestic wastewater at the Pacific Ocean. And that's done through a Clean Water Act National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System permit, otherwise often called an MPDS or NIPDES permit or order. So the power plant is currently operating under an existing MPDS permit, and that's consistent with state and federal water quality requirements. So we're planning on issuing a revised MPDS permit after all other agency permits and approvals are in place for the power plant extension. Based on other agency timelines, we anticipate initiating our MPDS permit update public process sometime in 2024, and then in anticipation of bringing a proposed revised permit to our board for their consideration sometime in 2025 or 2026. Excuse me. A draft revised permit will be put out for public comment to solicit written public comments before we have a public hearing where our board will consider proposed revised permit. The written comments that we receive will be used to inform the proposed order that we're going to bring to our board. And also during that public hearing, will be another opportunity for individuals and interested parties to provide additional comment to our board as they consider taking up that proposed revised order. So prior to the adoption of Senate Bill 846, we were in the process of scoping a revised permit that was addressing the phased power plant closure decommissioning process. So moving forward, we're going to be pursuing that permit, so a permit for the phased decommissioning in parallel with a permit for the extension, if that does come to fruition. We want to make sure we got to cover both of our bases because, as those of you have noted, and it's been mentioned today, there are some off ramps in Senate Bill 846. So we need to be prepared for those two potential permitting alternatives. And peripherally related to the pending operation extension, we also regulate stormwater discharges from the Diablo Canyon Power Plant facility via a statewide general stormwater MPDS permit. So throughout the operating extension process and thereafter, Central Coast Water Board is going to continue to provide regulatory oversight of the power plant facility to ensure that their discharges to the Pacific Ocean are protective of water quality and the beneficial uses that our coastal waters provide. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move to public comment, if you can just go back to the timeline, just to summarize. So I realized listening to this array of regulatory agencies can be really confusing. So I just wanted to, at the high level, summarize this. It's totally typical for a large industrial facility to be regulated by a bunch of different entities. And in this case, because Diablo Canyon is generating nuclear power, that brings on an additional regulatory entity. So at the top, again, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or the NRC. It's part of the federal government, not our state government, but it has to provide approval for the continued operations of Diablo Canyon. Then you heard from Jennifer, who leads the State Lands Commission. They basically own the coastal waters as well as some of land here in California. And in order for Diablo Canyon to operate, it needs a lease for its facilities that are essentially in the water. Then you heard from the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, and Franz, who came online. They regulate investor-owned utilities like PG&E. So they are providing permission for PG&E to do any number of things. And in this case, they're considering providing approval to extend operations. Then we heard from Cassidy at the Coastal Commission. They're in charge of protecting the coast, the environment of the coast, and also protecting public access to the coast. And obviously, they need to concur essentially with the NRC, that National Regulatory Commission, and they would do so in an open process next year. And then lastly, our colleagues at the state water board and the regional water board that are in charge or responsible for protecting us against pollution into our waters. And so there's a series of permits there. I think key takeaways are that there's a lot of different opportunities to provide public comment in these different processes. Our agency is going to provide a written report in layperson's terms that explain each of these agencies and provide the timeline with a little bit more detail that we're sharing today. And we'll have this information, both the PowerPoint and that report, available online. And we'll share with you the website to find those documents later in the meeting. So with that said, most important part of this is your input. So let's move to that. Lisa.
We're going to go to slide 33. There we go. Thank you. So once again, just briefly, we'll be going with the 3 minutes. I have been checking. I want to check again online. So are we still looking at about 7? Okay, fine. We should be fine with the 3-minute limit, so we'll go ahead and stick with that one. I do have one speaker that has requested an extended time to speak. I will hold that till the end, and we'll see how the time looks. Just make sure that that doesn't run everybody else's time around. With that, Sybil, would you like to come up? Sybil Ashley? And we can go to the time clock. We're going to get you hooked up here. Yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
hello.
You don't even, well, we'll make the mic work.
Can you hear me? In the mask? Well, I thought a haiku was in order since Fukushima is still in our memory. We'll probably never recover. Diablo, dilapidated, outdated, and dangerous. When will we ever learn? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is going to be Lorelei Wolf, and then after that, it's going to be Will. I think this is Almas from, I believe I talked to you a little bit earlier.
Is that my button? Am I good? Well, I can tell I should have had Jonathan over for dinner last night to tighten up my comments, but you're going to get what I wrote last night. My name is Lorelei Wolf, and PG&E previously thought of our coastal waters as free, abundant, and cold, perfect for cooling Diablo. The ocean is not just water, but a highly diverse habitat teeming with larvae, seeds, spores, and young creatures and plants. The Diablo Canyon area of California's coast, due to seasonal upwellings of cold, nutrient-rich waters, is particularly suited to promote abundant sea life and was once abundant indeed. Diablo is not the only contributor to the degradation of this coast, but 2.3 billion gallons of seawater cooling per day has a huge impact. It remains true, as the Coastal Commission's senior environmental scientist had read into the record of the State Water Board November 18th meeting in 2014, that it would be fair to categorize Diablo Canyon as California's largest marine predator. Importantly, this productivity loss is based on a small portion of the total entrained organisms. The 1.5 billion larvae are meant to be surrogates for the many more unaccounted species and organisms that are entrained each year. So, if anything, the estimated loss of productivity is an underrepresentation. Additionally, should Diablo be permitted to continue its once-through cooling system, the scale of mitigation needed to address the impact would likely be far beyond any level of mitigation or restoration ever attempted in California, end quote. None of the attempts at mitigation I could find have gone to the local fishing community or marine ecosystems that I've seen change in my lifetime. Our oceans and their denizens are remarkably unexplored and unknown. We have not been able to quantify or reasonably mitigate for what remains unknown. We continue losing these organisms and species to Diablo, and our oceans are poorer for it. Add the disaster of once-through ocean water cooling to the many reasons Diablo needs to continue to be decommissioned. Do not support its continued operation if there's any way for you to possibly do that. Do not shortchange our ocean with inadequate mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorelei.
So once again, we had two speakers from this morning. I do believe that they have satisfied their desire to speak, but I just want to check. So we had Farmer Michael and then Will. So, oh, great. Very good. With that then, I'm not seeing those individuals still here. So let's go ahead then and move to Jennifer Clay.
There we go. Thank you. I had prepared some remarks in advance and I've made some notes since hearing the presentation, so I hope I can address some of the aspects that were brought up. My name is Jennifer Clay. I'm a professor and chair of the physics department at Cal Poly, and I'm a nuclear physicist. So I study nuclear fission in order to help improve the accuracy of the nuclear models that attempt to model and describe the performance parameters for nuclear reactors. I'd like to begin, and this is part of my prepared remarks, I'd like to begin by expressing my support for the general features of the partnership proposal for SB 846 Land Conservation and Economic Development Plan that was likely discussed this morning. Land conservation, return of tribal lands to the YTT Northern Chumash, the development of a Central Coast Clean Tech Innovation Park and ecosystem on Parcel P, and the expansion of regional and state collaboration on meeting our shared goals are all laudable aims. However, I differ in my opinion on the best use of Parcel P. Nuclear energy is clean energy, and Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant could and should remain a central element of the Clean Tech Innovation Park. With the passage of SB 846, the governor and the legislature rightly recognized the importance of Diablo Canyon to ensuring our state's energy security and meeting our carbon emission reduction goals. Personally, rather than hew to the 5-year extension in the bill, I would advocate committing to keeping Diablo Canyon open for as long as possible. California still relies too heavily on natural gas and imported electricity. Our goal should be to develop an in-state electric grid that is reliable, affordable, and low carbon. The scientific consensus is clear. Nuclear power delivers on all three of those goals. Consider the importance of land conservation, so addressing that in particular. Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant is already built infrastructure that has operated safely and efficiently for over 30 years. Extensive regulatory review has found that Diablo Canyon could safely withstand even the largest earthquakes, and that no additional seismic or flood protection retrofits are needed. Despite statements to the contrary, Diablo Canyon does not pose a seismic danger. I'm also not concerned about the accumulation of spent nuclear fuel from reactors on the site for the simple reason that the dry casks in which they are stored are durable. There's no mechanism for the fuel inside to cause direct harm to life or the environment. In contrast, the emissions from fossil fuel plants go directly into our atmosphere and cause deaths from air pollution to those nearby and warming that impacts us all through climate change. The 2021 Annual Marine Environmental Analysis and Interpretation Report from the San Onofre decommissioning was recently released. If once-through cooling discharges were adversely affecting fish populations, then the predicted response after plant shutdown would be an increase in abundance of the stations offshore of the nuclear generating station. And 9 years post-shutdown, no dramatic change has occurred in the nearshore fish community. This suggests that the once-through cooling has not been a problem there, and that should inform our decision-making about Diablo Canyon now. I'll leave my comments at that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to have a little bit of a queue. Let's go with Dr. Nelson again, and then we'll go to Pat Visart. And then after that, I'll start a new queue.
Good afternoon, Wade Crowfoot, Dee Dee Myers, Jennifer Lucchese, and Joaquin Esquivel. My name is Dr. Gene Nelson. I'm a former natural sciences and engineering professor at both Cal Poly SLO and at Cuesta College here in the Central Coast. My summary is that Diablo Canyon is the golden goose for the Golden State. And that was the reason why SB 846 was passed nearly unanimously by the California State Legislature and engrossed by Governor Newsom on September the 2nd. It generates the equivalent of 5 Hoover dams of electricity 24/7 without carbon emissions. Furthermore, it undercuts the cost of natural gas-fired generation in California. I want to talk a little bit about entrainment losses at Diablo Canyon Power Plant. Diablo Canyon has superior performance to those once-through cooling natural gas-fired power plants in Southern California. There are no harms to large animals like sea otters. Instead, we have plankton, larval forms, and eggs, many smaller than the period at the end of a sentence. Their density is only about 1 per cubic meter of seawater. So there is negligible economic or environmental value to those entrained organisms. The losses caused by Diablo Canyon are comparable to the natural losses from just a few miles of rocky coastline, which obviously things are growing pretty nicely. The delta T is less than 10 degrees Celsius. So this is really, it was a plant designed from the get-go for good environmental stewardship and should continue to run. A significant portion of the losses from that entrainment are from filter feeders that attach to the sides of there are 4 big 10-foot by 10-foot tunnels conducting that cooling water to the condensers. And they have to actually partially shut down the plant halfway through because those filter feeders, the barnacles and mussels, are growing so vigorously that they have to scrape them off the inside walls of those tunnels. I know this firsthand because I was contracted as a laborer during the first part of 1R14 back in 2007. And I learned that was one of our exciting jobs, was to scrape those filter feeders off. And then in conclusion, I want to point out that this is superior to the plan that has so far been endorsed by the state of California to substitute dirty Wyoming coal for that 5 Hoover dams of clean Diablo Canyon Power Plant. We have an editorial that was published in Capital Weekly on April the 5th, 2022, closing Diablo Canyon spurs fears over replacement power. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I have the gentleman in the hat, and then Heather will be following. And then after that, it will be David Wiseman.
Thank you. Again, thank you for being here and listening. I appreciate it. I apologize this morning. I failed to make clear that I am retired. And when I'm here speaking, I'm speaking only for myself. I'm not speaking for my previous employer in any way. So I'm just speaking as a citizen of San Luis Obispo County. So previously, before the Governor Newsom became an energy evangelist, the governor was in favor of shutting down Diablo Canyon. Presumably that's because he recognized that the plant is old and at the end of its life. It's not sited safely. It's sitting on top of multiple earthquake faults. And PG&E's safety record leaves something to be desired. But now the governor and the legislature are in favor of extending the life of Diablo Canyon. But my question to you and my question to everybody is, what's changed? Nothing has changed, and that it makes me nervous that politics are at play here, and politics should not be a factor when it comes to the safety and welfare of the citizens of this county. I personally do not favor extending the life of Diablo Canyon. I've waited all my life to see it closed, and I'm sorry that there's even a discussion about extending it. I am concerned about the safety of my family and my neighbors. We were told throughout this process, for years, we were told that the waste was going to be carted away and stored deep underground in caverns in New Mexico or Nevada. Now we're being told that it's perfectly safe to store it above ground on top of multiple earthquake faults next to a rising sea forever. That concerns me. That makes me worried about my children and my grandchildren and their future. Again, what's changed? Once it needed to be underground, now it doesn't need to be underground anymore. What changed? I don't understand what changed. I'm not a nuclear physicist. I don't know how this is going to go. This is a great start. I really am grateful to you all. It sounds like all the agencies are going to be involved. All the authorities are in play. The public is being engaged. I really appreciate that. That's really important to us because sometimes we feel like we're not being heard here in San Luis County. I would very much like to see decommissioning expedited. I'd like to get on with mitigation for the harm that's been done. I'd like to get on with the healing process. I'd like for my grandchildren and my children not to have to go through 50 years of public hearings talking about Diablo Canyon. I'd like to just get this over with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat.
That's great. That'll be Heather and then David.
Hi, thanks again so much for being here. I've learned a lot over the last 7 years doing Mothers for Nuclear advocacy, and I admit some of my viewpoints have gotten a little bit extreme, but please know that those come from experience, constant curiosity, and skepticism about our options going forward in our future. Any potential impact from Diablo Canyon is worth it. Existing infrastructure has a huge benefit over anything new with potentially a host of unidentified impacts. For once through cooling, I have a marine biologist friend, professor at Cal Poly, who's also worked with BOEM on some of our proposals for offshore wind. So I trust him that he cares about our clean energy future. And he's told me a lot about once through cooling and how we measure the health of fish populations. Fish lay thousands, millions of eggs for the exact reason that most of them perish. And so I don't like to call Diablo Canyon our largest predator on the Central Coast, even though we kill millions of fish larvae and eggs. The health of the adult population is how we measure the impacts of that system, and they are thriving. Nuclear waste, also not an issue. I'm wearing a uranium pendant and also a tritium necklace right here to help demonstrate that there's a lot of fear about radiation, and I understand that. I used to have a lot of that, and I think the issues with nuclear waste are largely overblown. It's completely contained, it's very small, and it doesn't hurt anyone or anything. So I think it's fine just where it is. Maybe eventually we'll figure out how to use it to make more clean power. And in conclusion, I just hope we change this conversation from being not just about reliability of our grid, which is very important. Blackouts kill people. People need energy to have good quality of life. But continuing to run Diablo Canyon is not just about that. It's about climate change and emissions. It's our largest source of clean energy in the state. It makes as much power as all of the rooftop solar in our state. And I think we should continue to run it for as long as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Either one, whatever is most convenient for you. And I'll have you introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon. I'm David Weissman, Legislative Director for the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. SB 846's loan covenant requires identifying and mitigating seismic risks to plant reliability and makes the taxpayer the lender for the Diablo Canyon extension and the ratepayer the insurer against unscheduled outages. Those responsible for these public funds need to understand the potential seismic risks to reliable operation of Diablo Canyon. The Alliance seeks your assurance that specifically non-safety systems, structures, and components will be reevaluated as part of the state's determination as to the prudency of continued operation. The 2007 earthquake at the Kashiwazaki, Korea nuclear power plant caused no radiological safety concerns, but enough damage to secondary non-safety equipment to disable the largest operating nuclear plant in the world for years. At that time, the California Energy Commission received testimony from one of PG&E's primary geoscientists, Dr. Norman Abrahamson, who said, quote, "When we talk about reliability, we are generally looking at the performance of the plant for a below design basis earthquake that is actually likely to happen. But it is the non-safety related systems that are potentially being damaged, would be damaged by those and then would put us out of operation, even though all our safety systems perform properly. We think reliability is going to be driven by much more frequent, smaller magnitude earthquakes for which our non-safety related systems would be damaged. That has not been addressed by the industry in general. It has been so focused on safety that we've let that part go," said Dr. Abrahamson. Take, for example, the large administration building at Diablo housing hundreds of workers. In a study of non-safety structures commissioned by PG&E pursuant to AB 1632, it was found that, quote, "the embedment of anchor rods at the frame is not adequate to develop flexural capacity and is not ductile. Due to this and the tall first story, the building is both soft and a weak story as defined by current building codes." Why does that matter? Because in today's LA Times, just today, it was pointed out that it was the non-ductile buildings that were suffering the most damage in Turkey. From the Times today, quote, "The chief executive of Miyamoto International, structural engineer Kit Miyamoto, warned in an interview that the inaction to require retrofits of non-ductile concrete buildings will end up costing lives in California. Said Miyamoto, who is also a member of the California Seismic Safety Commission, quote, "They need to be retrofitted. Otherwise, you're going to see some consequences," end quote. How many such structures need this attention at Diablo Canyon? On what time frame? And at what cost? The Alliance reminds you to please consider our September letter to the Department of Water Resources outlining these and other areas of state concern, which must not go unheeded if, quote, "maintaining reliability is indeed the true concern of SB 846. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, so I'm going to talk with the audience for just a second. I have two speakers that have asked to be paired, so I'm happy to entertain that. They have also requested a little bit of extra time. For that reason, I'll be holding those till the end just to make sure there's sufficient time for all the speakers. I have another speaker that's also asked that I hold his remarks, and he'll let me know when he's ready to speak. So with that, let me go to the online, and it looks like we've got about 11, 12 people online with us. We should, at this point, be able to allow everyone to take the 3-minute time frame. So with that, Justin, go ahead and start the queue.
Mila, I'm going to allow you to speak now.
Thank you so much. I really wonder how many of you are familiar at all with the work of Dr. Michael Peck. In the summer of 2014, the public learned that the NRC Senior Resident Inspector, that's the federal agency for Diablo, Dr. Michael Peck, made a determination that I can't read my handwriting, sorry. Tried to put the light on, excuse me. Dr. Michael Peck made a determination that his own federal agency, the NRC, should shut Diablo until PG&E could prove that it could withstand a probable significant earthquake on the Central Coast. Now, there was some scientific disagreement. There were people above him at the NRC who said, oh, we don't have to worry about Dr. Peck's evaluation and his warning and his determination that the plant could not withstand a significant earthquake. So I have to ask all of you, if Dr. Peck was right, and if the people above him who decided to ignore his warning are incorrect, what is the price that what is the risk that you all are willing to take? I really feel that we have been failed by the state. We were failed by the Land Commission when they decided that they didn't need to have a serious environmental assessment prior to extending the lease for Diablo. We've been failed by the Water Commission that allows, and the Coastal Commission, that both allow this violation of Federal Water Act that would prevent the discharge of hot water that is devastating the marine environment around Diablo. There's some kind of a trade-off. There are calculations. Well, if there's some kind of a public benefit to devastating the marine environment, that they've somehow used that as a justification. So please don't fail the people of California. Do whatever you can to shut Diablo, and shut it today. Don't wait until next year. It's dangerous, and we could have a Fukushima right here on the California coast. Thank you.
Thank you. To our previous speaker, I don't believe we got your name, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Oh, not at all. My name is Myla Reason. I apologize. And I live in Santa Monica, California. If something goes terribly wrong at Diablo, a radioactive plume will hit me and millions of other people in about 5 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go next to Denise Allen. And Justin, if you could manage her mic.
I'm looking for Denise. I don't see a hand raised at this point.
Okay. Okay, I think we lost her. She actually asked to speak because she was going to lose connection.
Okay.
So
Hi.
I
Hi,
see
I'm
her.
here.
I allowed her to
Okay.
speak.
Thank
Very good.
you. Hi,
Very
my
good.
name's Denise Allen. I'm on the Avila Advisory Board. I represent Sea Canyon. I've lived locally for 32 years. I'm also a practicing family practice physician, and I'm also on the Land Use Committee locally. My first thing is I wasn't able to be here this morning, but I just want to say unanimously our community and our tourists, which is our biggest industry, one of our biggest industries, they love the Central Coast because of the balance between development, natural habitat, and open space. We have an incredible, diverse natural environment, and I hope we can keep that balance because I don't want to end up with a bunch of tract home strip malls everywhere. Anyways, the reason I really want to make a comment today is, one, the Diablo, when they did the sonar, they had to stop because there were so many wells to look for the earthquake faults. I went to the presentation with all the engineers from Washington, D.C. I went with the NRC on a tour. And basically I was like, where are the fault lines? Where are the fault lines? And they had all these like little poster boards and they were giving all these presentations and they would not tell you where the fault lines were. They sent you to a website that had like 1,000 pages of engineering information because I was really curious in Sea Canyon where the fault was in my area. So that was disheartening because I felt like that was kept very secretive. Two, when Ukraine when they got invaded by Russia, the first place it was taken over was Ukraine. The reason for that is that nuclear waste. That nuclear waste can be used for dirty bombs. It can be used for all sorts of stuff. And nuclear waste is an issue. Diablo was going to close, not because they were told to close, because it has a high carbon footprint, because it takes so many people to run it. It's so expensive to run. Every 3 months, there's tons of people coming into our community for the shutdowns. People, I have so many friends that work there. It is a high level of just trying to take care of this nuclear power plant. So although the nuclear power may be very carbon friendly, the running of the plant isn't. The byproducts aren't. Diablo was going to close it because it's financially very expensive to maintain. And there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be repaired. So I feel the elephant in the room is we've known Diablo is going to close for a long time. Local government, I've been hearing it. All my friends have been on the decommissioning panel. And basically, our government did not replace the energy. I love electricity. I'm grateful for electricity. I'm definitely feel like we need to do something, but it's unfortunate that, here we are, we knew ahead of time, we didn't get it replaced. And I do have significant safety issues. And to say that the earthquake issue is not an issue, it is. It's naive to say it's not. And I do care about my family. And I get iodine pills from the public health department for nuclear leaks. That's how close I live to it, and my family and my grandchildren. So I hope you consider the whole picture and not just a small piece of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Denise.
All right, Justin, we'll go back to the queue.
Okay, Sheila, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello, thank you. This is Sheila Baker. I live in Sonoma County. Even though Sonoma County is not San Luis Obispo County, what happens on the Central Coast in San Luis Obispo County affects the whole state of California. Okay, so we had in our county the fires. Okay, and at the time the fires occurred, PG&E responsible for the fires. PG&E had been declared a felon for the explosion in San Bruno. Okay, and I just think that having lived in San Luis Obispo, attended Cal Poly, I know that PG&E is not the best manager, the most cautious, caring entity to be running this plant. PG&E is just not, and it makes the rest of us nervous throughout California. It should make the Central Coast nervous. You should be very nervous. I disagree with the speakers who say that nuclear Diablo Canyon is so safe. Oh no. And as far as the waste, 2 governors, one New Mexico, one Texas, don't want the nuclear waste on an interim basis or any basis because they know they could get stuck with it forever. No one wants the nuclear waste. So, as one who's known people who have been directly affected by the wildfires caused by PG&E, and what a poor manager that PG&E is for that plant or anything, I object to the continuation of PG&E as a plant and would like to see the decommissioning happen just as soon as possible. Thank you so much for allowing me to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheba.
We'll go to the queue.
Dawn, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Hello, thank you for having me back. I'm sorry I jumped the gun this morning, accusing you all of putting the cart before the horse. That's the way it felt like. It was the consideration of what to do with the land if the license was extended, which was the purpose of this meeting.
So Don, I know you got to talk to us this morning, but I'm just going to have you reintroduce yourself. There's some folks here that weren't here this morning.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I spoke this morning. My name is Don Eichelberger. I'm with Abalone Alliance Safe Energy Clearinghouse in San Francisco. And I was really happy to see this afternoon overall has done what I was expecting the morning one to, which was for each of the groups involved in the decision making to put out a kind of a timeline and how to get involved. So that was good. But that said, I think that getting back to my original, considering the order of presentation, having these two proceedings, the one on the development plan and the one on extending Diablo Canyon's license extension, those seem like two separate things and they cause confusion. It kind of builds the presumption with people that participate that the extension is already a given. And I don't think that's right. I think they should have been two discrete, separate, because I didn't see anything that was time sensitive or having to do with in the development plan so much as what's going on is so much more. I mean, the Diablo Canyon plan could have taken both sessions, the Diablo Canyon extension and done a little bit more to talk about it. But I do look forward to getting involved with the groups, the legislative people on their websites. And the only thing I would say in the next 45 seconds is that my main concern is that renewables can't be brought on efficiently while Diablo Canyon is delivering so many gigawatts into the lines that it's suppressing, and that will suppress development and investments in renewables. And so that's, I'm just going to stop there for now and look forward to talking to you all in the future. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Don.
Paris, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Paris Ortiz Wines. I'm a Goleta local, a millennial, and I'm part of the generation that will be the continued stewards of Diablo Canyon and any other future nuclear plants that might be built in California. I fully support the regulatory measures that are needed to allow for the continued operation of Diablo for a minimum of the 5 years, but hopefully for the full license of 20. Major scientific bodies like the IPCC, United Nations, UNECE, and International Energy Agency all agree that nuclear is critical and will need to be expanded to meet our world's decarbonization goals. California, a self-proclaimed climate leader, is experiencing skyrocketing natural gas prices, decreasing hydro capacity, and pay the second highest electricity prices in the nation. Why are we focusing on shutting a low carbon energy source to be replaced with another low carbon energy source when we still get 50% of our electricity from natural gas? We should be focusing on fossil fuels that are causing climate change. I've had the pleasure to visit Diablo Canyon, other nuclear plants around the world, and sites where they host the used nuclear fuel. I have even hugged a can of nuclear waste. If you are worried about the nuclear waste, I encourage you to look at COVRA, the way the Netherlands is managing their waste. It is a non-issue and we should be recycling it. So I encourage those who have continued to have fear to look up COVRA and to also visit these nuclear facilities. We must follow the facts and not fear. So I encourage you all on the panel to do everything in your power to ensure this source keeps operating for as long as possible. Nuclear plants can operate for 60 to 80 plus years. Nuclear plants are clean energy assets, not liabilities. California cannot meet its clean energy future without Diablo. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris.
Next
Valerie,
in
I'm
queue.
allowing you to speak now.
Hi, my name is Valerie Cornelius. I'm in Tucson, Arizona. I'm not a scientist, but it upsets me that we're going to extend it just because of blackouts. When you compare blackouts to an earthquake and with a nuclear plant, how can you compare them? When the gal this morning said she wanted to see the coastline the way it is 1,000 years from now, the way it is now, after an earthquake, it's not going to be that way. And then nobody can enjoy the coastline then. And I'm very upset with the scientists that don't even bring up the earthquakes. And I agree with Pat, who spoke second. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie.
James, I'm allowing you to
you.
speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
We
We
can.
can hear you.
Thank you. My name is James Hoff from Tracy, California. With respect to the economic development plan, the best thing for the local area's economy will be to keep the Diablo plant operating. The plant provides a very large number of high-paying jobs and a large fraction of the local tax base. Nuclear plant closures have always resulted in economic devastation of the local area. It's doubtful that any alternative uses of the site or its infrastructure will provide sufficient economic benefits to offset the economic impact of Diablo's closure. The economic development plan must objectively compare the benefits of continued plant operation to those of any alternatives. With respect to land conservation, one benefit of nuclear is that it requires far less land than other clean energy sources. Case in point, Diablo only occupies a small fraction of the site in question. Earlier today, someone stated that the views of the local population should be given particular consideration. I agree. It should also be noted that recent polling shows that 75% of the local population supports continued operation of Diablo Canyon. The NRC license extension will approve plant operation out to 2045. The economic development and land conservation plans should evaluate the possibility of plant operation until 2045 if they are allowed to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Next in queue.
Tina, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Tina Dickinson and I live in Cambria, part of San Luis Obispo County. So I did send in my written comments, but I'm going to try to get through them in my 3 minutes. First of all, thank you for taking my comments today on this very important issue. Any extension beyond the planned closure in 2025 of the Diablo Canyon facility, in my opinion, is unwise at best and could have potentially serious and harmful consequences at worst. The facility is in relatively close proximity to 3 earthquake faults, San Andreas, Hosgray, and Shoreline. Any one of these would pose a distinct, dangerous, and harmful threat. Other issues that should be looked at very carefully, potential radiation leaks, which led to the decommissioning of San Onofre, spent fuel, and harm to humans, animal life, and habitat alike. You have heard from many individuals today expressing their concerns about the natural environment where the Diablo Canyon facility sits, but it is also surrounded by. Please take their concerns seriously and those who share their concerns, but were not at today's meeting or were unaware of it. Given California's extreme vulnerability to earthquakes, it should give those with decision-making power pause before taking a leap of faith by extending the life of Diablo. The recent 7.8 earthquake in Turkey and Syria should be a sobering reminder of what we are vulnerable to. Yes, one could argue that the circumstances are different, but I respectfully disagree with the scientists who have made the case for Diablo remaining open. They, like the rest of us, are subject to the unknown, as was the case when the Hosgray Fault was discovered in 1973 and the Shoreline in 2008, putting this plant in further danger. I would advocate for some forward-thinking measures rather than extending the life of Diablo. California prides itself on being an innovator. Now is the time to prove that we can be by resolving this issue in a way that makes sense, convinces Californians, our country, the world, that we are committed to make a difference by seriously addressing climate change global warming. Millions of dollars will be required to extend operation at Diablo, a plant that was scheduled for closure in 2025. Those millions could be spent by providing solar energy to residents of San Luis Obispo County, and in doing so create jobs. That would be forward thinking. I have concerns about the location of Diablo being a relatively easy target to a hostile nation. Our national security would be at risk by having this facility in operation. We have recently seen action taken by China with a spy satellite over our sovereign territory. Other nations such as North Korea pose a threat, and for almost 12 months, We have witnessed the audacious measures Russia has taken by invading Ukraine. We are not immune to threats. 9/11 should have taught us that. I urge those in Sacramento who are here today and the governor to do the right thing for the Diablo Canyon nuclear facility and for the residents of San Luis Obispo and San Luis Obispo County by not extending the operation of the facility beyond 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina.
Next in
Ryan?
queue.
Ryan, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Pickering. I'm the author of The Real History of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, which I presented to the Cal Poly Climate Solutions Now conference in October 2022. In my research, I found that the ecosystem off the coast of the power plant is exceptionally robust, and these unfounded rumors about devastation to wildlife simply are not true. It's documented that the kelp forest that grows off the coast of the power plant is the fastest growing kelp forest in the whole California coast, growing up to 24 inches a day. It also has healthy adult fish populations and is known to fishermen as one of the great secret fishing spots of the California coast. I hope I'm not letting the cat out of the bag.
I was going to offer, I think you just did.
So there is no evidence that the power plant hurts the environment, and I just want to set the mind of people at ease that there is no radiation that's coming off of it. It's simply warmer water, and that it dissipates very quickly into the Pacific Ocean. So these fears that we're hurting our coastline through the power plant simply aren't true, and we need to transcend that fear and move forward with optimism in that we can extend the life of this plant. It was designed to run far longer, and I support the measures being taken to extend that life. And I appreciate everyone's cooperation on the matter, given that blackouts are incredibly dangerous and that the earthquake mitigation measures installed at the power plant have passed all regulatory requirements. Thank you, everyone, and I look forward to pursuing our clean energy goals together.
Thanks, Ryan.
We'll go with the next person.
Bruce, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
We can hear you.
My name is Bruce Severance. I'm a member of the DC DEP, co-founder of the Central Coast Economic Recovery Initiative and the Green Infrastructure Research Collaborative at Cal Poly. I'm a policy and energy analyst representing my own views here today. I believe in facts. DCPP is not economic. PG&E's own 2017 CPUC filing states that they allocate 40% of their total operations budget to DCPP, and its output amounts to only 22% of PG&E's total output, a clear indication that the plant is twice the cost of the rest of its fleet. SB 846 requires the CPUC has a regulatory obligation to conduct a comprehensive assessment of other generation alternatives. It is my understanding from some CPUC staff that they have not begun this comprehensive assessment that is due by September 30th. There's currently an alternative plan to convert states' gas-fired plants to hydrogen, and that this can be done within a 3-year period. There's an emerging company, Metro Carbon Ventures, a hydrogen fuels company, that is in discussions in regard to purchasing assets in SLO County to cite a $2 billion business here to create jobs and place the revenue that would replace the revenue generation of DCPP. MCV has a patented remarkable hydrocarbon splitter that can convert existing natural gas power plants to zero carbon by splitting the CH4 molecule into hydrogen and sequestering the carbon before combustion into microfiber, which can be used in carbon fiber products and has a substantially high value. This makes hydrogen economic now. We don't have to wait for other alternatives. We could be converting all the gas-fired plants in the state of California for far less money than we're considering investing in Diablo Canyon to hydrogen facilities that are zero carbon. Their eventual plan is to have large algae fields that would produce methane from biofuel feedstock that would take their operations to net zero carbon, something that can't be done any other way, net negative carbon rather. The safety concerns at DCPP are considerable. A 2002 stress test called a coupon analysis was determined that the plant was the 5th most embrittled reactor in the nation at that time. It is now the most embrittled reactor. The reactor core embrittlement severely limits its ability to shut down quickly during an emergency event such as an earthquake. PG&E's safety assessment report quietly substitutes a less accurate calculation method to estimate material embrittlement on reactor 1, which is known to have been made with incorrect metallurgical specifications. This report, without explanation, also uses a different calculation method for Unit 2. The NRC seems to accept the inferior calculation methods to actual stress testing. When asked, PG&E staff states that embrittlement is a non-issue, and their report that they have a report that substantiates their claim, but they refuse to let anyone see it. The report written by Westinghouse, they say, is proprietary and can't be revealed even to California regulators. What gives them the right to put confidentiality ahead of public safety when there is so much at stake? We can't just blindly say that this plant is safe when they aren't giving us the information. SB 846 requires, and I'm going to underline requires, that PG&E not conceal any safety issues or material defects. Otherwise, they're obligated to repay the full amount of the loans, and the loans are no longer forgivable. We need facts.
So this is the facilitator. I'm going to step in just real briefly. We are
I'm
over
done.
time
Thank you.
at this point. Okay, great. If we have more time, you're welcome to rejoin the queue. So I just do one.
Thanks, Bruce.
And we also will be looking, it sounds like you have already prepared your comments. So that would be excellent if you'd like to submit that. And there is information on the agenda as well, as we'll cover that again at the end. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to
Harvey,
the queue.
I'm allowing you to speak now.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name's Harvey Wasserman. I live in Valley Village in Los Angeles, downwind from Diablo Canyon. The previous speaker raises an incredibly important point. We know that Diablo Unit 1 is embrittled. We don't know how embrittled it is. It is incredibly irresponsible and should be illegal to proceed with operations at Diablo Canyon without full knowledge of embrittlement. We know that embrittlement is an extremely serious defect in atomic reactors. We know that Diablo Unit 1 is the most embrittled reactor in the country, and we have no clear data on how embrittled it is or what the implications are for safety. Similar with earthquake faults, Myla Reason raised the reality that Dr. Michael Peck, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's site inspector at Diablo Canyon for 5 years, wrote a report saying that Diablo should shut because we can't properly assess its earthquake vulnerability. How can you conceive and under any conception of public safety continue to operate a nuclear plant where the NRC site inspector has said it should close because of earthquake vulnerability? We've just seen massive earthquakes in Turkey where more than 10,000 people, actually more than 15,000 people have died. If that earthquake had hit Central California and destroyed Diablo Canyon, as it very well might, because we know that Diablo's vulnerability to earthquake is considerable. The death toll from such an event at Diablo Canyon would be incomprehensible, because a radioactive cloud would come down to Los Angeles, circle around the whole state, and render our state a death zone. These are two major issues among many, many, many embrittlement and earthquake vulnerability that have not been dealt with in a scientific manner. It was assumed that we were phasing out and taking a gamble through next year. Now you want to take a gamble for 5 or more years. It's absolutely incredibly irresponsible. Earthquakes and embrittlement alone should demand that these reactors be shut immediately. Because so at very least we need a public inspection of Diablo Canyon to look into this embrittlement, to fully evaluate it, and the same with the seismic vulnerability. We have to remember that Diablo was built before the public was informed of the Hosgri fault, and we now know that there are at least another 10 or 12 faults surrounding these 2 reactors. This is the pinnacle of irresponsibility, especially because we do have alternatives. Way more electricity in this state is produced from rooftop solar than is produced from Diablo Canyon. And in the middle of taking $1 billion of our dollars and forcing people from all over the state, including me, I get my power from the DWP, but you're making me pay for Diablo Canyon. It's obscene. And we know, and in the middle of taking $1 billion of our public dollars and throwing them at these 2 30, 40-year-old reactors, you're turning around and also cutting into rooftop solar. Far more power in the state comes from rooftop solar than from Diablo Canyon. And that is the direction to head. We know that it works. We know that it allows people to own their own power. And this is what PG&E is afraid of. But at very least, the earthquake issue and the embrittlement issue should force the immediate shutdown of these 2 reactors. You're flying blind here. Everybody is coming here in good faith and speaking and not knowing the deep truth. So thank you. We demand a public inspection and full evaluation of the earthquake and embrittlement issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we can go to the queue, please.
Timothy, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Yes, I just want to comment. I think there's been can everyone hear me?
Could we have you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Timothy Smith from Fremont. I think there's been a lot of comments where I think people are getting a little bit off track in terms of the issue of safety and the issue of whether there should be nuclear power in the United States as a country. I'm not sure is within the bounds of this of even the state of California's jurisdiction, and I feel like if some of the issues being brought up, I think need to be more directed towards the federal government and President Biden and Secretary of Energy Granholm, and not the state level bodies. These are more issues for members of Congress. These are issues that affect the United States as a whole. Yes, there's specific issues with Diablo Canyon, like any nuclear plant, but also the issues that are specific to Diablo Canyon. But I also feel like some of the comments are perhaps a little bit disingenuous, because if we were debating another nuclear plant such as Palo Verde, which is in Arizona, that multiple California utilities own part of, there would be the same people would be bringing up a whole different set of issues specific to those, to that facility that would be completely different than those with Diablo Canyon. So I think it's important I think people should be a little more honest and a little more directed in terms of directing their concerns about nuclear power as an energy source, not to the state, but to the federal government and our federal elected officials. I also do want to point out where I think there is a space for the state of California to think somewhat creatively. People are commenting, well, the fuel source of Diablo is not necessarily zero carbon when you look at uranium mining and uranium supply. That's actually an area where, if the state wanted to be creative, there are different suppliers of nuclear fuel. PG&E has some long-term relationships with the suppliers. They have used for a long time. But there are different uranium suppliers and uranium mines around the world, and some of them have different carbon footprints than others. And perhaps that's something the state should be looking more into, is in terms of what is the specific carbon footprint of the fuel supply PG&E is purchasing, and whether there are perhaps other uranium suppliers that perhaps have a lower carbon footprint. So that is actually an area where I think the state government should take a creative look at.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the queue.
Manley, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Thank you for your time today, and I'd just like to commend Governor Newsom and all the other regulatory bodies that have, came to the realization that we've got to keep Diablo Canyon open. Not only is it safe, it's one of the only means we have right now while we're implementing all of the other offshore wind and solar power forms of energy to, keep going forward with our renewable. Right now, Diablo
I'm
Canyon.
going to have you take a moment to introduce yourself, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Manley McNinch with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And I live in Santa Maria. I'm a resident of the area, so I'm directly affected by anything that goes wrong out at Diablo. And like I was saying, we've got to keep the plant open and keep it going, because it's the only dependable source of renewable energy we have right now. Solar, the sun goes down, it stops. We don't have enough battery storage in place yet. There's projects coming up, that we're going to need people to step up and support to get them okay to build these plants. And I hope the people that are on this meeting today that are adamant about closing the plant, I hope they'll step up and help push the battery storage plants forward so we can actually start producing more energy out there and have a reliable source of it. And Diablo Canyon it's been careers for many of people that I personally know, from their apprenticeships. It keeps a lot of women working in construction that would not normally be able to work. It produces a lot of highly skilled and trained sources of income for our local residents. And I'm totally in favor of keeping Diablo Canyon open, and I would honestly like to see it go another 10 or 15 years, at least until we have a very dependable source of renewable energy to replace it. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
We'll go to the next in queue, and
Eric, I'm allowing
remind you to introduce yourself.
Eric, I'm allowing you to speak now.
I'm not here. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I am Eric Greening, and on August 28th, 2022,
It's hard to hear you. You may have some network issues.
Then, thanks to no today, 72-hour period had gotten through the legislature. The firm closure dates had been established in the law and in contract, and all of a sudden, bam, they were gone, and a 5-year extension. Now, PG&E is applying to the NRC for 20 years, and the 5 years in the California legislature could become 20 just about as instantly and just about as surprisingly. So I would urge every one of your state agencies, if you're entertaining the consequences of any extension at all, contemplate 20. And if that raises too many red flags, just say no. Another issue is that SB 846 did not give a particular role to local government. It also, fortunately, didn't touch decommissioning. The County of San Luis Obispo remains the lead agency on the environmental review of the decommissioning process. The draft DIR is in process. A problem we could have with an extension is all of a sudden the project description and the impact analysis could be wildly obsolete and the impacts could vastly increase. In other words, any extension of this time, and yet we shouldn't hold up the process of approving a decommissioning plan because someone, one of your agencies or the NRC, could say no, and we would need to be in it. In fact, Diablo could close suddenly, just as San Onofre did, and we would need a workable decommissioning plan. And so there seems to be a kind of a lack of a point of connection between these two processes that are fundamentally incompatible with each other. So again, the consequences you would be looking at with any extension are far more dire than you may be being told. And I hope you have the courage, and you certainly have the justification to just say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
So Justin, I believe I have one more person in queue. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not sure if they've already spoken, though.
All right, I'll let you manage that.
Okay. Paris, I'm going to allow you to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you.
Awesome. My name's David Reichert. I'm a local business owner. I have a home in Shell Beach, and I'm in that zone too. And I'm very in favor of keeping the plants open. I am one of those fishermen that enjoy the abundant wildlife around Diablo Canyon. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Ryan Pickering stated, that this is a thriving ecosystem. My neighbors and I regularly go out in my ocean boat and catch our max fish that we're allowed to catch in the area. And we see all kinds of sharks, sea otters, whales enjoying this pristine coastline. Diablo Canyon has affected the wildlife in no meaningful way at all. In fact, everyone being worried about the power plant has created this sanctuary-esque ecosystem that I and my neighbors get to enjoy. And I'd like to state that nuclear power is clean energy. A lot of the callers in this have made some outstanding points about the low carbon emissions that are coming out of Diablo. We've seen a shift from nuclear power to gas-fired power, and that's just been a devastating shift for our economy and for our carbon emissions. And this is really unsafe. If we want to talk about unsafe power plants sitting right on fault lines, let's look at the natural gas power plants in Southern California. They're sitting directly on fault lines that with a serious earthquake could create a explosion. That's a serious threat. Diablo Canyons has been designed to withstand earthquakes and is very safely operated. A lot of my good friends work at Diablo, and it's the best employer locally. I have a business that employs 100 people, and we all know the importance of the local economy. And without Diablo's revenue and clean power, this county would be in a much dire situation. I'm really urging you all to keep the plant going. We believe it has another 30 to 40 years of useful life. And I do want to mention that this word on this call, renewables, this is something that was created by the oil and gas industry to describe and to sell to the American people wind and solar power. Wind and solar power makes unreliable power that has to be backed by natural gas. This is natural gas oil industry propaganda pushing forward an agenda to make everyone scared of nuclear power and pushing their money into solar and wind projects that ultimately have to be paired with peaker plants. Peaker plants are popping up left and right across California, increasing the carbon emissions of our state and making us one of the highest emitters in the country. Although we are going to the market telling everyone about how many renewable energy projects we have, this and that, the reality is that we buy coal power from Los Angeles and half our power is natural gas. I'm looking for everyone in this committee to understand another 40 years of Diablo Canyon is the path we should all be planning to take forth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And next, I'd like to ask Supervisor Ortiz-Legg to come up and share her thoughts. I have to commend her. She was here all morning, and then we gave her the opportunity to speak first, but she wanted to listen to the comments. So greatly appreciated. And again, thank you for letting us use your county's chambers here today.
It is a great pleasure to have you here. As I said this morning, the fact that you all have been here to listen to our community is just very, very appreciated by each and every one. I think I can speak for all of us here. You know, we have a variety of opinions and a lot of concern, obviously, about what happens to our future. And I'm thrilled that we have the oversight of individuals who are always looking out for the safety of our community. That is first and foremost. Diablo Canyon is in my district, and I'm, you know, always interested in getting the safety reports and the NRC reports. They have made themselves very much available. That said, I just wanted to back up for a second and say, you know, prior to becoming a supervisor, having nearly 10 years of energy experience in the deployment of nearly 2 gigawatts of solar, utility scale solar, I can say that all energy has impacts. And as much as we want to and can demonstrate how to generate energy with minimal impacts now, we continue to advance that business of how can we be light on the land and still secure our energy portfolios. Our energy portfolios need to be diverse, and I'm very grateful to the governor for recognizing that and also ensuring that we have this firm power until we can figure a way to address our energy needs fully. And that has been something that we've all tried to do, both in the industry as well as far as our government agencies. I just want to say that each one of you have an enormous responsibility, as do the agencies that you had outlaid earlier in the presentation. And I know that you'll take these responsibilities seriously as you listen to the comments and all. We each have our responsibilities as electeds as well, and that we really try to take everybody's approach in as we make these decisions. I feel that we're really at a cusp of something that's quite unique. And in so many ways, I'm from the generation that once looked at nuclear energy as all bad. And I think I always use the comment, it really was solar that took me back to nuclear in so many ways. That, you know, doesn't mean that any of this is perfect, but what really needs to be perfect is the safety standards. And I believe that our professionals at both at the NRC and throughout our state agencies, as well as the professionals within the industry, are working and striving very hard. And we really just appreciate the continued oversight of each of the individual groups that do that, and making sure that we are continuing on that path of safety. I'll close there. You can see that as it's been a long day, you've been sitting here listening. Thank you for taking each and every comment into consideration, and we welcome you back again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to keeping in touch as this regulatory process continues.
Great. Our next speaker is going to be Dan C., and then he's going to be followed by Jerry Clemens. We think there might be one more person online. We're trying to sort out. Yes, we'll sort that out. After that, though, I will go to Linda, and that was the paired speaker, and then I'll check in with the other speaker to see when he'd like to speak.
There we go. Thank you for taking your time to hear from the local community. I'm a registered professional civil engineer in the state of California, have been so for about 10 years. I have my master's degree in civil engineering, bachelor's and master's from Cal Poly, focused in structures and geotechnical engineering. I'm an adjunct faculty at Cal Poly, and I was employed at Diablo Canyon for 7 years, up until about 4.5 years ago. The design and construction of Diablo far exceeds any of our other infrastructure. Buildings, bridges, dams, schools, hospitals, etc. It is our most robust infrastructure in the state. It has its seismic safety has been evaluated and reevaluated and reevaluated numerous times throughout the years. It's probably one of the most studied structures in the whole world. It's probably been looked at more closely than any other structure in the whole world. And state-of-the-art seismic studies were conducted for earthquake hazard characterization of the offshore faults through an assembly bill created by Sam Blakesley several years ago. And countless experts were consulted on that data, and a robust process was followed to do that categorization. Each and every study has showed that Diablo is safe. You know, there's no absolutes. Nothing is 100%. Nobody can ever give a guarantee for anything. Hospital, school, whatever. Anything can exceed the potentially. You could always conceive of a meteor hitting or something. That's not engineering anymore. It's just not, right? And so, safety is the sole purview of the NRC. It's not up to speculation from, random entities within the state. It's just not. I could express concern over the safety of the Golden Gate Bridge. Am I going to be listened to? No, somebody above me is going to say, no, it's safe. I can keep going on that it's unsafe. Am I right? Am I wrong? Prove me wrong. There's no end to that. That conversation can persist in perpetuity. So there is no absolutes. We can't have an absolute with Diablo, but it's been the most robust, studies that we've ever done. Diablo has an immeasurably small environmental impact. I have a few handouts here that I would be honored to share with you guys.
Sure.
Okay, so there's three sheets. On the first sheet, we see basically a map of the county, Google image of the county. We see Topaz Solar Farm on the right-hand side. By comparison, you can't even see Diablo Canyon. I wish I could share these on the overhead. The second is a sort of one-by-one comparison of Topaz Solar Farm. Sorry, Don, to make that comparison. I know you were heavily involved in that project. And it would take basically 14 of those Topaz solar farms to give the same amount of energy in a single year as what Diablo produces, 18 terawatt hours. I prepared the third image is 14 of those Topaz solar farms next to Diablo. It dwarfs it in comparison. And you can see that in the original, the first image. Here's Topaz, where's Diablo? Diablo's a speck. And you can clearly see the Sea of Black out in Carrizo Plain. California's in a 30% energy deficit. We get 30% of our energy from out of state. 50% of what we generate in state is natural gas, 50.2 in 2021. The notion of shutting Diablo while we're still burning 50% gas is folly. The state is trying to increase electrification in homes and get rid of gas appliances. We're trying to, electrify transport by EVs and eliminating gas cars on the roads. That's going to increase dramatically our electric demand. We need as much energy, as much clean energy, non-emitting energy as we can get. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that nuclear is among or as the lowest of life cycle emissions of all energy sources, and several other orgs agree with that. And so basically, don't set a time limit. We have no end in sight to our energy increases. So a 5-year limit is sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Yes, we do want to remind folks, especially when you have wonderful handles like that, that written comments are incredibly important. Were you intending on doing that? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to go ahead and continue going with the room. I'll take one more. And do we think we have the online speaker? Is her hand up? Okay, is her hand up? It's Justin, it's Nina. Can you see her hand?
I don't see a hand, but I will allow Nina to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Babiars. I'm with Public Watchdogs, headquartered down here in San Diego. In 1979, I was an engineering news reporter for McGraw-Hill in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, during the 3 Mile Island meltdown. And so I have to tell you from personal experience, it's pretty interesting living through an evacuation or the threat of evacuation, or not knowing exactly when, because the licensee of that plant lied to the governor of Pennsylvania. It's common knowledge. I moved to California in '84 to report the engineering boom of Southern California. And about 20 years ago, I directed an advanced transportation and energy center for the state of California. I live in San Diego, and we've been going through about 10 years of decommissioning with San Onofre due to a radiation leak. But I'd like to first bring to your attention something that is posted, and I'm inviting you to go to the NRC site in their reading room that indicates the facts that Diablo Canyon as a reactor is down 40% of every day of every year. So if Governor Newsom, running for president, wants to leave the lights on, he's chosen an extremely unreliable source in which to do it. I'd like to also go into some of the other facts that have been overlooked or not discussed enough in detail, and that $1.42 billion loan that he's indicated is forgivable by all the California ratepayers to pay off is an issue that really needs a public hearing. But the Senate bill did not allow the CPUC to have a public hearing. We've got $600 million that are going to be coming from the general fund, and every taxpayer needs to have a little bit more time to respond to this decision that's being made in a bubble. I also like to point out the fact that PG&E has got about 100 counts of manslaughter. They're convicted felons that not once but twice have violated their own parole. And I'd like to know exactly how you plan to trust somebody like that to pay back the loan. That the NRC could approve the PG&E license extension by exemption flies in the face of the NRC's responsibility to enforce the federal laws that were passed to protect the public's safety. And in relation to everybody's opinion counter to this, and that continue to deny the seismic facts of Diablo, guess what? Mother Nature doesn't really care about your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina.
All right, come on up, Jerry.
Okay. I definitely was not prepared to do any of this stuff, but I've been listening, and there's only one thing that I really care about. I want everybody here to seriously think about how we are going to deal with climate change. Is this the best way, by keeping this place open? Is it truly safe? Just like the other person that just spoke. And if I remember correctly, PG&E, they already admitted that they really do need to make a lot of other, I'm going to say this, they really do need to make it safer. And being on all these different faults, we can deny things as much as we want to. I mean, nobody has a crystal ball and can predict what can or will happen. I was a kid, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl. Does anybody else remember any of those things? These are all possibilities. And with these possibilities, that means we really do need to make sure if we are going to keep this place open, it has to be safe. Myself, I want it shut down. I want it to be, and somebody else, I was very angry when I heard somebody say that, they have this little necklace on, and that is safe. I'm very angry about that. You want to know why? Because I had friends, mining engineers, that worked with uranium. They died. I watched my particular friend die 5 years ago from the cancer that he and his other fellow engineers got this strange cancer. It's not a joke. None of this is a joke. Radiation is not a joke. And to say that it hasn't had I also know people that have gotten in trouble for fishing off of the areas around Diablo. Some of them are definitely affected by radiation. Anyway, I'm just saying that was some of the fishermen's experience. That I wish I could come up mutations. That's the word that I'm trying to say. But anyway, I just really care about our safety, and that should be the mainstay of all of this, not monetary. It shouldn't be about money. It should not be about money. I mean, this is so, I just really feel that we've put money over our lives and all life on this planet. And we need to change our attitude, our mindset. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you very much.
And Jill that are going to come up, and I'm going to sort out time. So I'll be right back. So you're gonna share your time. All right. I might let you have 7. Okay.
I think we need that much.
Okay, very good.
Is this good?
Yeah. And remember to introduce yourself.
Right. Hi, my name is Jill Zamek. And this is Linda Seeley, and we represent both San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace and Friends of the Earth in our statement. Both organizations are resolute in opposition to the proposal to extend the operations of Diablo Canyon for a myriad of reasons. The extended operation of Diablo Canyon serves the joint settlement agreement of 2018. This was a good faith agreement among all parties and approved by the legislators and the CPUC to close the plant with a well thought out and equitable plan. Now we have chaos, confusion, distraction, and wasted time and money. The billions of dollars in federal, state, and local tax and ratepayer money being spent on salvaging this aging plant depresses investment in the growth of renewable energy resources. This money and effort would be better spent on solar, wind, and energy storage. That, in fact, was the original intent of the joint settlement agreement. The California legislators passed SB 846 without accurate, reliable, and unbiased analyses. We must have impartial, objective studies of the projected need for Diablo's energy beyond 2025, the projected renewable energy and battery storage resources that will come online to replace Diablo by 2025, the cost comparison to California tax and ratepayers for energy from renewable sources versus energy coming from Diablo Canyon. The seismic risk at Diablo Canyon has been dismissed and minimized from the earliest days of construction. SB 846 acknowledges the need for a seismic update, but it doesn't specify an agency to conduct that update. The NRC doesn't do it. The peer review panel doesn't do it. And the Diablo Canyon Independent Safety Committee doesn't have the expertise to do it. Who is going to renew the studies of seismic risk to the plant, its systems and components, and the high-level radioactive waste storage pools and casks? Just this week in Turkey, a 7.8 earthquake was followed in hours by a 7.5 quake, devastating the already damaged infrastructure. Diablo Canyon has never been analyzed for 2 earthquakes in quick succession, even though this is a real possibility. The state of California cannot afford to play Russian roulette with the safety of millions of people and the agricultural devastation that could result if one or more of the interconnected faults at Diablo Canyon caused an unprecedented quake.
This is an old plant. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Linda Seeley, and I'm representing San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace and Friends of the Earth today. This is an old plant. Systems and components are aging, degrading, corroding, and leaking. Unit 1's reactor vessel is embrittled. Maintenance has been deferred while PG&E has been planning for decommissioning, not for a renewed license. Recent NRC inspections show a workforce fearful of corporate repercussions if problems are reported. And I urge you to go to the most recent safety report from the resident inspectors, or not the resident inspectors, from the NRC itself, about this sort of rumbling that's going on at Diablo Canyon about the workforce not being afraid to approach the management with problems. It is not prudent to do a U-turn with a nuclear facility. Diablo Canyon must close as scheduled. Environmental review is being waived or expedited. The California Environmental Quality Act has been deemed nullified by SB 846. That's the bedrock environmental safeguard for this state. It's been nullified for this project. The State Water Resources Control Board has been instructed to allow the continuation of the now unlawful once-through cooling system, which is warming the local waters and killing massive numbers of sea life through entrapment and impingement. The board has waived mandated changes to the cooling system since 2010. It's time to stop the ruination of our marine environment. We must look long and carefully at all the environmental impacts and safety risks of continued operation, not bypass them with a legislative bill. Continued operation of Diablo Canyon equates to the generation and storage of even more toxic high-level radioactive waste in an area of high seismicity, a situation resulting in high cost and great risk to our safety. The spent fuel pools are packed tightly with irradiated waste, waiting to be transferred to the dry cask storage, which has space for all the waste that will be generated through 2025. If the plant is to stay open beyond 2025, either the spent fuel pools will remain open at enormous cost, or a new ISFSI will have to be built, a very expensive and environmentally harmful undertaking. No federal or private offsite nuclear storage waste storage facility is on the horizon. I'm sorry to have taken more time, but thank you so much for listening to our comments, and thank you for being here today. And I hope that you'll really listen, and not just to the, I hope you'll think about this in a meta perspective, like with the eyes of someone and the ears and the heart of someone who's living maybe 200 or 300 years from now. And think about this entire system that we're living in. It's such an important task that you have, and we hope that you use your hearts and your minds to make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And once again, a reminder that any testimony that's written down can, and we encourage you to send it in to us, and LaQuinn will share that email here very soon. I think it's also on your agenda.
We do have one more speaker that will go ahead and close the proceedings. So come on up, William.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bill Toman. I live in Santa Maria, a little south of here. I have a graduate degree in nuclear engineering. My first job out of college was to be a nuclear safety engineer for the manufacturer of the Diablo Canyon reactor, Westinghouse Electric, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've also done consulting works for the U.S. Department of Energy on nuclear matters in Washington, D.C. I also have an MBA, and I have also worked for a Cambridge, Massachusetts consulting firm that specialized in nuclear plant rate cases for utilities like PG&E. For the past dozen years, I have been very involved here on the central coast of California in ocean renewable energy, ocean wave energy, ocean current energy, and offshore wind. And I have been fortunate enough to have research funded by the U.S. Department of Energy that had matching funds from the Ocean Protection Council, for instance. So thank you very much, California. To lead studies to characterize the Central Coast for the implementation of ocean renewable energy. And for a couple of years, I was a visiting researcher at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo during these studies. I wanted to make the point that I believe nuclear power can be done safely in this country, but of course there are some counterexamples. That's not why I'm here. I wanted to make the point that the most valuable assets at the Diablo Canyon site are not the two nuclear reactors. It's actually the high voltage electric transmission network that evacuates the 2,200 megawatts of power generated at the Diablo Canyon site to the main grid in California that runs along Interstate 5. I will also note that in December of last year, the Department of Interior executed an auction of seabed off of Morro Bay for offshore wind. And the winning bidders bid around $2,000 an acre for seabed to site floating offshore wind turbines. This is less than 1/4 the price per acre that was bid for New York State offshore wind. And so the gap between $9,000 an acre in New York and $2,000 an acre in California is in part because of the uncertainty of access to high voltage transmission from the coast. And that the extension of the Diablo Canyon operation added uncertainty to the decision process for how much to bid for the right to have offshore wind in California in the Morro Bay area. The Diablo Canyon transmission system is very much a center to the strategy of implementing offshore wind in the Central Coast. I will simply say that decisions to extend the operation of Diablo Canyon have the consequence of delaying offshore wind in California or making it more expensive because you would have to build additional transmission facilities or both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could we go to the last slide, please? And I'll return this to the secretary.
Great. Well, once again, thanks for spending the afternoon with us, and for some of you, the entire day with us. It was important, and it is important for us to hear perspectives from really from local and regional residents, and as you heard online, really all members of the public that wanted to share perspective on this issue. I'll take a crack at summarizing what we intended to achieve at this meeting and what we heard. Obviously, we began the meeting with the attempt to explain the fairly complicated approval process, consideration process to consider this extension of the Diablo Canyon power plant for an additional 5 years. So you saw the schematic or the graph that we shared earlier. That will be part of a report that our agency will share in coming days that is really meant to make very clear the different agencies that are considering this extension and how they're considering it and when they're considering it. And that report will be available on the website that you see on the slide before you. Also available on that website will be the presentation in PowerPoint today. So the slides that you saw my colleagues present. And so we hope that both of those documents are helpful for understanding how you can engage in these various public hearings coming up, and of which there are several. We obviously heard a range of perspectives here today, and we will attempt to summarize that range of perspectives in a document following this meeting. We think that the legislature deserves to understand and needs to understand the major points that were raised from all perspectives here today, and that can be helpful to their consideration of the extension of the power plant, and it can serve to inform each of these regulatory processes, which will again have their own public input processes. So that's what I'll say to summarize our discussion here today, and I turn it to my colleagues for their thoughts. Didi.
Thank you, Wade. I just want to reiterate your thanks to everybody today. It has been a long but very fruitful day for us. The ability to sit here and hear from each of you about these issues that you've spent considerable time thinking about, working on, trying to find productive solutions to. Very grateful for that work and your willingness to spend all day to share those with us. I think Secretary Crowfoot, you walked through what the next steps are. Just know that we're here to hear from you, the community, and that your perspective will be reflected throughout this process as we try to create safe, reliable, affordable, light on the land, supervisor, energy that also facilitates economic development, but does it in a way that's, again, safe, sustainable, equitable, and looks to the future. So again, thank you for being part of that process. Really grateful.
Thank you so much. Joaquin.
Echo the thanks. It's been a good and productive day, and really appreciate everyone's productive contributions and the civility around, I know, what can be an issue that has disagreement, but I've been really impressed by what continues to be the engagement and the discussions that and potential and opportunities that we have around all this work. So just thanks for the hospitality. Look forward to what will be continued discussion and work around all of this. But thank you.
Thanks so much. Jennifer.
Thank you. I want to associate myself with my colleagues up here in terms of expressing my very deep gratitude and appreciation for your time and energy and thoughtful comments. I just also wanted to add that the written comments will be provided to the Natural Resources Agency along through the email link will be provided to all of us agencies as well as we work through our own individual regulatory process. So encourage you to engage with us, but also know that your written comments will be provided to us as well in our analysis. So thank you.
I guess the last thing I'll do is, again, thank the county for hosting us at this building over the last 3 days. Thank the incredible production team. Lisa and her team and our tech folks did a great job managing the new reality of virtual public discussions. Yeah. And my colleague LaQuinn and the team for doing all that they're doing. You know, at the end of the day, we recognize how important this question is to all of you regarding the power plant and regarding the future of the lands around the power plant. And I can say with confidence that your input will shape the policy that's being developed in Sacramento on these topics. And really, that's the intent of this week. So we're going to go back and do our best to share the range of input that we received this morning and this afternoon and inform our policymakers, both the legislature and the governor. So once again, thank you and have a great weekend.
Thank you.